How we doing there, boys and girls? Welcome, welcome. So, Mr. Streamer, I'm going to have to give you a yellow card for breaking consistency. Hey, surely early's better than later, right? Surely early is better than later. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, welcome in. Or good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you be. I might just have got out of bed, but I'm sure some people haven't. I'm sure there's some people still in bed. Quite possibly. Team NA are still in bed, that's for sure. Or at least they should be. How we doing, Haddock? Welcome in, good morning to you. So what exactly was in that Dragon Isle supply cache that I linked on Twitter? Some Dragon Isles supplies was literally it. Just a small handful of stuff, which we have no real understanding of what it's for yet. Likelihood being there's a faction in each zone. There's a faction in each zone where instead of gaining reputation in Dragonflight, you're likely to build renown with that faction. They're spreading the renown love. Instead of just having one renown bar that you're chasing, you're going to be chasing multiple of them. And you'll be rewarded with stuff along the way. And presumably, Dragon Isles supplies can be traded in at various quartermasters for extra bonus stuff, I would guess. But that's still very strictly a guess. Any knowledge items? I did on my travels yesterday find another world drop. This time tailoring, so it seems to be smart loot enabled. It seems to be smart loot in terms of you won't get them unless you have that profession, and you'll only get them for the professions that you have. So even if you don't plan on leveling your professions until you hit 70 or whatever in Dragonflight, you want to make sure that you learn your professions, because then the smart loot will kick in. But that's min-maxi optimization stuff. We can worry about that much later down the lines. But yes, at least it does mean that there's a little bit of an unknown mystery about the artifact knowledge in terms of how much of it we'll ever be able to get if there's world drop stuff available. This is sad. This is sad. That means I'm 45 minutes early. That's sad. I was kind of hoping everything on Project Pet would have already expired. Okay. I don't want to have to start doing cancel scans just to save 45 minutes. Maybe we come back and we do Project Pet in a bit when everything's already expired. That feels more sensible to me. Let me then jump over. I was going to start with Project Pet because it's easy for me to do while I'm injecting caffeine into my system. Were you able to turn it in to know exactly what it gave? Well, the Dragon Isle, if you're still talking about the Dragon Isle supply cache thing, it was an auto loot thing. You didn't get an item in your bags that you opened. It just gave you a bunch of stuff instantly. Oh, the tailoring item. You just right click on it and it consumes it, and it gave you +1 knowledge. They did show up as unique though, so there's you might have to not only pick up your profession, but also make sure you've at least unlocked the spec trees. You unlock the spec trees after 25 skill points, so you might want to get those 25 skill points as fast as possible, so then you get the chance of smart looting these extra knowledge bonus things. But like I said, these are all optimizations that's not worth trying to work out in too much detail now. Knowing about them is all you really need to know. Knowing that they exist, you can work out how to game the system much closer to the game going live. Game the system later. But we're probably going to take a little look at engineering today. That's the only profession so far that I've not looked at. Now, I know I'm a little bit behind on the YouTube videos for the different professions. We've got a few of them up there now, but not a lot of them. I think I've only was tailoring yesterday only the third one. We've had a little look at leather, as far as YouTube's concerned anyway. Leatherworking's had a little bit of a look at, inscriptions had a little bit of a look at, and so's tailoring. We'll probably do an engineering video today. I'm cautiously trying to make it so that not every single video, one after another, is just a profession overview. That's a categorically guaranteed way to kill my channel, so I'd rather not do that. Because some people care about them, but not many. So I need to filter them in between other content that's more clickable. Good old YouTube strategies there. What is all this stuff? Bunch of expired randomness. Okay, let's get this relisted. Oh no, my Pog Essence didn't sell. Might have to craft something with it then. We might have to make some legendaries. I was hoping I'd just be able to flip it for a little profit without having to do anything with it. Let's get rid of my last Pog Essences. What's its price today then? 3,700 gold still. That's ridiculous. I'm tempted to do a dirty undercut there just to tempt somebody else to buy it all off me. If it doesn't sell this time, then we'll do that next time. For those who don't believe that undercuts work, they do. Start the stream off with a controversial statement. Yep, there we go. That's a good way of doing it, I suppose. Still so much random stuff I have on this dude. I've got to start making the decision though. I've got to start thinking about, do I want to be a big fish in a small pond in Dragonflight, or do I want to try and become the monster whale in the middle of the ocean? I'm not sure if I'm overly happy sticking around on Sylvanas is basically what I'm saying here. My playstyle is vastly outgrowing this realm. Oh, undercutting lazy. He's still posting his auctions. Eat or be eaten. Well, I'm not necessarily a fan of sticking around on a sinking ship. I will stop talking in metaphors for about 3 seconds today, I swear. But I don't see Sylvanas growing as a server, and if the server is not growing, it's dying. There's only two directions it can go. Now, whilst there's still people kicking about on here, there's a couple of guilds still. Truth be told, is I feel that it's not going anywhere. And more importantly, well, the region-wide auction house is going to be a thing for sure. I mean, that's just going to mess up everybody's day for a while, until all of that sort of, until the dust settles on that one and everything balances out. But in terms of playstyle, is my point. My playstyle has always been very, very heavily driven towards forget about profit, just sell things and sell things fast. The faster you sell things, the higher you can get your turnover to be, the more profit that you'll naturally make. It's almost impossible not to. But turnover is much easier to come by on a realm where there's loads of people. Because you can generate even more turnover with a less percentage of the overall sales. And there comes a point, right? There comes a point, it's very, very difficult numbers to track. But there does come a point where you hoover up a certain percentage of all of the sales that are had on that realm that day. And there's like I'm sure there's a name for the type of graph, but there's diminishing returns on that. You can very quickly get 1 or 2% of a server's sales just by sort of aggressively cancel scanning in 1 or 2 markets. But when you want to get more than a couple of percent of the server's sales every day, let's say you want to go from 2 or 3% of the server's sales to like 10% of the server's sales, you don't have to sell 3 times as much, but you have to do 5 times as much work to be able to achieve that. So there does come a point where it's harder to physically sell more. Doesn't matter how much time or effort you put into doing it. This is why when you see people cancel scanning for 18 hours a day, I'm like, you're a fool. You're doing it wrong. You're seriously doing it wrong. Yeah, you're making a bunch of gold, but you're doing it wrong. You're spending 18 hours a day doing something that you could easily do in 3 if you just put your mind to it. This is the point. Don't sit there cancel scanning 18 hours a day. Work out which hours of the day. Do that once. Do that once to give yourself some data. Well, on this hour, I was able to get this much gold. On this hour, I made this much gold. This hour, I made this much gold. And very quickly, you'll see, right, well, those are the profitable hours for me on the server. Do it then, and then don't do it the rest of the time. But my overall point here is that being on a smaller server just doesn't really suit my playstyle very much. I would rather go ham, go hell for leather as and when gold making is good, and do it on the biggest, most populated server I possibly can to make as much gold as quickly as I possibly can, so then I can dip and do other things in the off season. Quickly worked out which hours were the times to do that for my legendaries early on. Certain times were a lot more lucrative. Yeah, I usually found there was a 2 or 3 hour window, 2 or 3 times a day, where if you were cancel scanning during that period of time, you just made bank. You sold everything. And then other hours of the day, you'd do exactly the same thing, but you'd see only a fraction of the sales. So it was clearly significantly more worthwhile doing it at certain times of the day than it was others. For me, it was usually between 6 and 8 in the evening. Was monstrously successful for me. Between 6 and 8 in the evening, because I worked out that was probably when most of the big guilds were gearing up to go raiding, and all of their raiders were probably out there kitting themselves out in their new legendary just before they step foot into the raid. Because even top-end raiders don't plan ahead that far. Then I would usually find, for me, a little after midnight, between 12 and 1 AM, was super lucrative again. And probably for the same reason, that they just finished their raid, they're finished doing M+ for the night, whatever they were doing, and they would head over to the auction house to buy that new piece of kit. So there was 2 sort of slots that were super lucrative. Anything outside of that was just fluff. 5 to 8 PM and 9 to 12 AM. Catching the early birds sometimes worked as well. It wasn't anywhere near as lucrative, but it definitely did work. Catching those people that do log on in the morning. Maybe they've got the day off and they log on first thing and they're like, right, I'm going to buy my legendary today and we're going to go do some stuff. Catching those people early on in the day was also quite valuable, yeah. Not a night person, so I was never really on after 8 to 9 PM. Probably missed out a lot during that time. There's some sales to be had, for sure. Equally, it's important to remember to be kind of happy with some sales. Be happy with some sales. Don't burn yourself into the ground doing any of this. It's a video game. If you're not having fun, don't do it. But don't stress, because it's really not an issue. Don't quite understand the 12 to 1 AM because I see a lot of my guildies just log off right after raid around 11. Maybe that's the case, but there's two sides to it. It could equally just as much be that everybody else trying to sell stuff aggressively cancel scanning goes to bed, and you're catching all of those sales in the hour where there's a fraction of the people cancel scanning, for example. It doesn't necessarily mean it's, you know, that was just an example of, you know, raiders finishing their raid and going and getting a piece of gear, but maybe the sales would still naturally be about the same, but with just less people cancel scanning, you've hoovered up more of them. There's a bunch of scenarios to what could have been the reason. You never know these things. This is the point. You never actually, you can't possibly tell. $12 to 1 AM for me was always a big boost in sales. Yeah, I was just saying the same, exactly the same. 12 to 1 AM was always a really good hour. It's probably logical that, you know, that's when most people have already gone to bed. Or at least sensible people with, you know, real life commitments to adhere to. Got me entering Dragonflight with 7 million in gold from 4 to 5 weeks at the start of Shadowlands. Hey, those capes, man. Those capes did bits. Not to mention, you were selling them for silly money. Actually silly money. I was almost kind of jealous at some point. If it wasn't for the fact that you were only selling capes and I was selling everything else, I made up for it. It was fine. I was branching into other things near the end. It's good to diversify. Right, I'm going to quickly check my mission tables first then. I was hoping that I could just bang through some Project Pet stuff, but there was about 45 minutes until all of my auctions expired. So I was an hour early for Project Pet, so I'm keeping myself busy for a little while. We'll finish our mission table stuff. It might be worth actually clearing out our bags a touch on mission table stuff. I wanted to get all of my 3 followers on these to sit, although 50 plus is about where I want to stop leveling things up. I'll throw points on anybody until they're 50 plus. Anything once they skill past 50, there's barely any point using tokens or trying to level them up because they can already basically solo all the missions. So get everybody to 50. This is my plan, at least. Get everybody to 50. I mean, I'm sure there's some of you guys out there are rocking like full level 60 companions nowadays, but get everybody to 50, and then any spare tokens, send them to an alt to do the same thing. Share the love. There we go. Let's open, I guess, yeah, I guess we can now send some fellas on missions. Basically didn't log into WoW after that first 4 to 5 weeks of Shadowlands. There was a lot of people that took quite a lengthy break after that first sort of crunch period. The first patch of an expansion is always the best, though. There's no doubt in my mind. The first patch of an expansion is BIS. Second patch is usually, you know, for me at least, the second patch is usually where I start actually playing the game. First patch is quite frequently about making a bunch of gold. Now, before I was too deep into, you know, being a semi-public figure, I used to make a lot of gold in the first patch, and then I basically switched off all forms of gold making. The only reason I've kept up with gold making a lot more aggressively this expansion is because I'm, you know, doing it somewhat publicly and trying to help other people do the same.
I keep everything well maintained, except nothing but victory.
Except nothing. Hey, over 70,000 anima again.
Reach out and claim.
I swear we actually make more anima than we spend now, even on mission tables, which is nice. Right, let's open some of this stuff. I tell it not to do the food and the fish missions, but it might be sending followers on those missions for the experience. That might be why it still keeps doing fishy stuff. Because all this fish and meat is basically pointless. These Stygia ones are soulbound as well, aren't they? Could have done with all of that Stygia and alts, to be fair. My normal playthrough for WoW is pretty much being by expansion play 2 to 3 weeks, then 3 to 4 weeks after, and then that's it. Oh, 2 to 3 weeks before, 3 to 4 weeks after. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, 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 not you. Mailbox. Relax. Right, have all of those.
Let's hear it.
Alright, there we go. There's that dude cleaned out for another week. It will do missions that contain items you don't want if there is something else you do want from them. Oh yeah, of course, because there's a few missions that, you know, there's a bit of a... You get a couple of things from them, yeah. Right, that dude's done then. Let's move over to the next fella. Gutting of the raw gold from old raids kind of sucks this time round. Dude, you got 7 million in the bank. You do not need to be farming raw gold. Honestly. Farming raw gold is a sucker's game. Genuinely. Do it until you've got enough gold so that you don't have to do it anymore. It's an absolute sucker's game. Always has been. Raw gold farming only blew up at the end of BFA because people were desperate to get that long boy and would do literally anything to get it. Right, what's this dude? Has this fella got lots of stuff in his bags as well? He does. Let's do the same. Let's get everybody to 50. Do you know how to get TSM to display inventory of both factions on the server? Right now each tooltip only shows Alliance or Horde. I don't think you can. I think it's still built into TSM to separate them. Mainly because TSM's probably just not caught up on the fact that we can now share things between factions. It's probably something that they'll update in the future. Because let's not forget, it's only very recently where that's actually been even remotely interesting to know. So yeah, it's probably on TSM's to-do list. But their to-do list is pretty big right now. Especially with Dragonflight round the corner, so... that may not be super high on their priority list. I've always wondered if I should bother getting these to 3 of 3. I've got the anima to do it. on many characters, but 2 of 2, the anima table is kind of self-sufficient at 2 of 2. I was thinking about 3 of 3ing them just for completionist's sake, but at least once per covenant. But it's a lot of anima. It's 10, 20, 30, plus a whole bunch more to get this up to 5.
We shine.
It's a lot of anima to spend. Maybe if I end up with like lots of spare anima at the end of the expansion, I might just do it for lols. But right, let's mail all of these materials off as well. I need a vendor. Hang on, why am I running around looking for a vendor?
I have many wares.
I should probably check that none of these are actually upgrades. Oh my god, this actually claims it to be an upgrade. This is actually an upgrade. Oh my god, that's disgusting. How is an item level 213 better than a 226? The socket is probably the reason why. That's embarrassing.
Many farewell.
Right, well,
I
fine.
have many
An epic's better than an uncommon, surely. Right.
farewell.
Did I send dudes out on missions? Calculate, go. The first one's worth level 3 just purely for the Ouroboros portal. You're probably right there, actually. Now, if I actually played these characters at all, I might do that. Yeah, you might actually be right. 10k anima is probably worth that portal. I should really try and track a little bit how much gold I make from these mission tables. I'm just kind of doing it passively because I know it does sort of generate gold. I'm not really paying too much attention to what it's actually doing though. I think I'm running 12 tables right now. I think it's 12. Most of the time it's like literally 30 seconds. Log in, press this button, wait till it says done and then log out. I'm taking a little bit more time over it now though, because I'm cleaning out inventory as we go. Right, XP tokens, let's use those first. Get everybody to 50. I should probably get people to 50 from the bottom up. Is that sensible? Probably not. I don't know. Hello. Where did we get to? Open some stuff. Too many goddamn fishes. All the fishes. My lord. I saw Zeppler got an alpha invite. Blizzard must be getting desperate. Yeah, but she's pretty big in Final Fantasy though. Not to mention, I think she's done a lot of collaborations with Asmongold, hasn't she? So she's probably quite high on Blizzard's list regardless. If they're desperate, I'm sure there's lots of people playing WoW right now that would be happy for an alpha invite. They do need to invite more people though, my lord. There are some periods in time on the alpha where there's like 3 people online. It was, I think, Mr. GM posted a tweet yesterday. Was it yesterday? Day before? I can't remember. Recently, whereas he had over a 2-hour dungeon queue wait. So yeah, if they want people to test things like the dungeons consistently and with any sort of reliability, they need to let more people in. But maybe that will come with a beta. Maybe they've got all that planned ahead of them. So Zeppler was a WoW player first and streamer. She was one of the first to switch over to Final Fantasy. Maybe a smart move. Maybe a smart move. One of the hardest things for content creator to do is switch what they focus on. I have given it a go a couple of times. I really do need to branch out further than just World of Warcraft. I've been blissfully aware of this for a long time. If I want to continue doing this long term, I need to have some sort of presence in other games as well. Now, there's lots of other games I'm interested in. The difficulty for me is that World of Warcraft is a massive time sink, like a disgusting level time sink. And even with my modest style of play, it's an aggressive time sink. She didn't want to play with him though, because she said, I suck at this and Asmund knows it. She's assuming that he's any better. Sure. Sure. Maybe I'll revive, what was her name? Bunny Boiler? Shit, can't even remember what her name was now. It wasn't Bunny Boiler. What was it? I can't even remember my own character name in Final Fantasy now. But maybe we'll pick it up again at some point. I can't imagine that that's going to happen anytime soon though, with Dragonflight imminent. This is my point, right? World of Warcraft has the ability to absorb all of your time. I would love to play many, many other games and create content for many, many other games. There's frankly not enough hours in the day though. And I'm lazy. Which doesn't help. Really doesn't help. Bunny Shaker. There we go. Now I've remembered the name. From the 2 weeks we devoted to Final Fantasy. An upgrade. Go on then. Right, any XP tokens? My bags are a disgusting mess on these characters. I need to do something about it. Maybe the same principle applies. We'll level them up from the bottom. Let's send the missions first, actually, real quick. It's night phase, so it should do it in about 3 seconds flat. $10, $11, $12. Beautiful. Hand in some anima, send some stuff off. Clearly pick up a quest. Am I not renown capped on this character? Oh my god, I'm not even renowned 60 on this character. That's because it's my druid who is herbalism and mining, which, because it has 2 gathering professions, you can imagine how much I actually play this character. Not at all. Yeah, about that. I've got everything. I've leveled everything up for the profession, apart from Legion. Why did I get halfway with Legion mining and then stop? Don't know. Goes to show how much farming I actually do. None at all. Why farm when you can pay somebody else to do it for you? This dude also doesn't even have 2 of 2 for everything. I might need to jiggle about some anima to get that done. Maybe. I feel though that if I try optimizing this too much, I'll optimize all of my profit out of it. Who's stolen the mailbox? Hello? Where's the mailbox? It's around here somewhere, right? Who's stolen? Oh, there it is. There it is. Right, that should be everything material-wise, I think, now.
Is this what you need?
Let's get rid of some of these while we're here. Oh, look, Nature's Splendors. We should probably open those and send the materials off as well. What is this? Oh, stupid Corthian relics. Get out of here. Don't need any of that jazz anymore. Oh, I'm really not looking forward to the day where we have to do a bag amnesty. Where we clean out all the bags before we move into a new expansion. That's a painful day. What are spatial openers? And why do I have... Don't know, get rid of them. Merchant doesn't want them, neither do I. Broken Kyrian flute, go away. Cannot be destroyed? What? Merchant doesn't want it. Cannot be destroyed. Blizzard? Can I Factorio this? Can I put it in a wooden box and shoot it? How do I get rid of that then? God damn. Conservatory spirits. One day I'll do something with these because I need to. Gain 75 rep with the enlightened. Press a button. Gain 75 rep with the enlightened. Press a button. Void storage now $9.99. Oh, Lord. Why have I not used that one? Oh, because it's not part of my speed set, I see. I go by the theory most of the time. If I'm not wearing it, I don't need it. Ooh, a wisp of memory. Well, that I can use. Sneaky, sneaky down the bottom there. Alright. These are buttons I need to press, so press the buttons. I can't press that button yet, can I? Because I've just sent all my missions out. Okay, fine. Beautiful. Now, who stole the mission table? Done. Need to teach the wife that trick. If you're not wearing it, you don't need it. Hey, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Or in my case, the husband. Well, either or. Yes. Especially shoes. Fuck's sake, the amount of shoes. You get free treasure with the in Zereth Mortis with a spatula opener. Oh, okay. I knew it was needed for something, I just couldn't remember. I knew it was a Zereth Mortis thing. I'm done with Zereth Mortis though. We annihilated that place. Do we want to do the set? Let's finish missions first. Do we have any XP tokens? Negative. No XP tokens, so we do a calculates. Do your thing, game. Now we go clean stuff out. Not even one of one on these. Okay, whatever. What's our renown situation over here? 63. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Your advent was etched in.
Oh my lord, it's been a while since I've played this character. He's still rocking 168 gear. Oh my lord. This dude's not been touched since the beginning of Shadowlands then. Okay. Oh dear.
Take your time. See anything of use?
Corthian relics, get out of here. And a cursed keepsake. That's in my bags for a reason, I don't know why. Why is this thing so valuable? I'll work out what that is in a minute. Corthian relics, go away. Low level shit, go away. Soulbound cosmetic from Brewfest, go away. Pre-Shadowlands event rare item. Oh, it's the ghost that follows you around. Okay, that's what it was. I knew I was keeping that for a reason. Random ass conduits. Random ass gear. We can get rid of all of anything that's considered random ass. I should actually equip that. That's disgusting. Let's just get rid of all of this. I don't care. See you later.
I hope to see you again.
That's probably it. There we go. Wonderful. Much cleaner. Much cleaner. Right. Shaman time. Some of these characters I've only just set up the mission table on them, so they're not really churning out anything useful yet. It's going to take a little while before they kick into gear. And more importantly, I'm super unlikely to ever go to Torghast with them to gain more followers, so they may never actually be that successful, but doing something with them is better than doing nothing. No XP tokens. Sad face. I guess you don't get the XP tokens until, you know, you're at least some way through the campaign, right? We've got a campaign mission on the go here. What campaign progress is this? It's a level 4 campaign mission, so that's what makes me giggle. This has got one fella on it with just 4 Grove Tenders. Instant win every time. Night Fae is so busted. So absolutely broken. If you cheese Night Fae from the beginning, it's just GG all day.
You nourish me with your presence.
I forget to pick that up every week. Oh lord, we're getting scarily low on ammo on this fella and all. Yeah, I might have to shuffle some ammo at some point. I'm not doing it now though. It's too much like hard work. And I am lazy. Have I mentioned? I might have mentioned. Right. Some of those. Some of those. Some of those. Some of those. Some of that. Oh, hang on. What are these? High Mountain Ritual Stones. Wow. Have I still got these back in the day? I've still got these in my... These have been in my bags for years. Do you know why I've got these? High Mountain Ritual Stones? I have got these from Vial of the Sands farming. And I got that pattern years ago. This is an old-ass character. I've had this character have alchemy forever. Because once I got Vial of the Sands on this recipe, there was no way I was ever dropping alchemy on this character ever again. And these High Mountain Ritual Stones are probably from back when I was farming the thing. Okay. Interesting. Hey, there's also an Abyssal Fragment. Those things are worth something now.
I should have something for
No.
Is this
This
what
one.
you need?
Wow, that's straight up just an upgrade. Oh, yeah, but it's not really, is it? Wow, that really is though. What other trash have I got in here? What are these? Flasks of Titanic Strength. Flask of Vast Horizon. Flask of the Currents. Flask of Endless Fathoms. These are also Vial of the Sands components. That's why they're still in my bags. A tiny winter staff. I have no idea what you are. You summon a Pepe. You also summon a Pepe. You also do a Pepe thing. And you also do a Pepe thing. Alright, sure. Shower a nearby target with a cascade of black petals on a 5-minute cooldown. Yeah, go away. Herbalist pouch? There's probably something in that. Ha! Flight whistle. Ah, rest in peace, flight whistle. Oh, how did we love you so? I have no idea how I ended up turning this into a bag cleaning stream. I apologize. But sometimes you end up doing stuff and you just got to get it done. Volatile Alchemist Stone. The one I've got in my bags is still level 37. Requires Cataclysm Alchemy. That goes to show just how long I've had alchemy and how long it's been since I've bothered to upgrade my stone. Oh dear, that's funny. Watching you clean your bags is like a trip down memory lane, getting nostalgic just watching it. Yeah, it's I like doing this sort of random stuff. I'll occasionally just open a random guild and have a look in there and see what's about. Increase the renown of your currently active covenant to 60. It already is. Sell. Items merchant doesn't want that. Alright, sure, well we'll just delete it then.
Return to me soon.
You can get an add-on called Easy Delete Confirm, so you don't need to text delete every time. Yeah, there's an add-on for everything nowadays. I try not to install add-ons like that. They just bloat your game. Beautiful. Much cleaner. Is it perfect? No, not even close, but it's much better. Right, delete once, copy, and just paste every time. See, you guys are smart. You guys are smart. Oh, I never did. Okay. I've clearly not kept up with alchemy though. I had the no surprises. Cataclysm alchemy, right? Yeah, sure. Can you tell I've never bothered with alchemy? I did it in BFA just because. Did I actually do the table on this character? I did. Right. This fella's done then. He's clean, tidy, ready for another day. Wish Blizzard just to add 1 copper value to everything, make cleaning bags much easier. Yeah, it's annoying that there are some things you just can't sell to a vendor. It's like, why? Not too unlike how it's going to be really annoying that you can't sell anything on the auction house come Dragonflight. I'm going to bring that up every day until Blizzard changes it. If you complain enough for a long enough time, sometimes things happen. This dude's bags are gross as well. No rep tokens, so off you go. And so you should. If they don't change it, it's going to be a bit of a shit show. Well, I mean, it just means we'll have to, you know, we'll have to play the game in a different way, but it's just going to feel really, I don't know. There's things in this game that are remarkably difficult to, you know, attach a number to for the purpose of tracking. Some things that you just can interpret that you know they're just going to feel bad, and you can see a solution out from them, yet it becomes very hard to, you know, constructively voice your opinion when it's based on a feeling, because you don't have numerical data to back it up. This is the problem with everything going bind on pickup. The professions are going to feel, it won't feel as fun to level up your professions knowing full well that there's nothing that you're going to be able to craft to put them on the auction house. Let's look at the participation rates for professions even today, right? Even today, the participation on professions is pretty slim. Blizzard are actively trying to make professions to be a bigger thing. They've even gone as far as to say that they want it to be the fourth pillar of play, right? They want people to focus on their professions when they're not doing Mythic Plus, raiding, that sort of stuff. For that to happen, you need to increase participation in crafting. You need to get more people interested in leveling it up, more people engaged with the professions themselves. Removing the reward from the end of it, or not even removing the reward, removing the incentive for doing it, is equally not a great idea if you're trying to increase participation in a certain thing. Now, I'm the first person to admit, you know, too many carrots, too many shiny carrots is equally not a good thing. But if people take a first look at the professions and they see that everything is bind on pickup, they're very quickly going to come to the conclusion that none of it's worth doing. And that's only going to make participation even worse, not better. Now, obviously, a lot of that is somewhat subjective and somewhat based on, you know, feelings, which is a hard sell, I know. But I guess I can base at least what I can base my feelings on the fact that I've played this game literally forever, and for the longest of time with a strong incentive to play professions and the economy. So I'm not saying that my feelings are any more valid than anybody else's, but I'm saying that they're probably more grounded in past experience. Trying to quantify Raiders' rage at waiting more than 5 minutes to get their gear. Scale to 1 to 100 perhaps. See, this is it. There are some unforeseen issues by most players. I mean, to me at least, it seems relatively obvious. Relatively obvious when you do as much as a simple comparison. If players were happy to wait for their gear to get it at a cheaper price, do you not think that they would already do such with the bid system that's in the auction house? Because that's fundamentally the same. You can choose to spend slightly less on a piece of gear, but at the cost of having to wait to get it. What's the amount of time that people... What percentage of people choose to use the bid system over the buy it now system? It's less than 1%. So we can clearly see by that, well, actually, people don't particularly like waiting an extended period of time for their gear. They want it now. And because they want it now, they're willing to pay a premium for it. So, why then, as a developer of a game, would you choose to restrict people's ability to buy it now and pay that premium to get that instant gratification that people clearly want, and instead replace it with a system where you have to not only wait for your gear, you have to wait an undisclosed amount of time with no guarantee that your order will even be filled? How is that a better system? How is that a better gameplay experience than what we already have with the auction house? It's not. Now, the argument for that is that, well, the work order system does offer slightly more flexibility than what the auction house does in some regards. Work orders obviously allow you to customize your order. Say, I want this piece of gear and I want these exact stats on it, which is not something that's always possible on the auction house. Now, if there's enough people pre-crafting and pre-selling, then it would be possible. But the problem with that is when you make 20 variations of every different piece of gear, that becomes an unreliable system. But so the work orders do have something about them, but they definitely do not have enough about them to be the only system, which is what Blizzard are trying to push. By making every single reasonable piece of crafted gear bind on pickup, is restricting its use to the work order system and the work order system only. Which is, yeah, the crux of my argument, that the work order system is not inherently bad, but it is not strong enough to be the only system. How many auctions actually have bids though? Probably less than 1%, so it isn't really an option. But it's... Yes, but that's also because nobody uses the bid system because nobody uses the bid system. You know, you can go round in a that's a circular argument.
Thank you for visiting.
The bid system has been in the game forever. People who have sold tens, if not hundreds of millions of gold worth of stuff on the auction house can count on one hand the amount of times they've sold something via the bid system. It's really not a used system at all in any way, shape or form. And in most cases, you can find, if you were looking for it, if you were actively looking to get something cheaper, you'd find somebody that had offered a slight discount on a bid. But still nobody uses it. I use the bid system when somebody puts in bait prices and forgets to cancel it before it sells. That's another way, I suppose. Tried using the bid system in the beginning, but it was always sold out for full price before the time was up. One could argue that by removing some gear from the work order system, it would make it even weaker. The system needs a critical mass so that it functions for both sides. I don't disagree. But I'm not an advocate for deliberately creating a system that's worse than one we already have and then forcing people to use it. I don't think that you should harvest the goodwill of players to fortify a system that's never going to be as strong as one that we already have. It just feels like terrible. Let's not forget, this is a game. The first thing in a game developer's mind should be, how do I make this game better and how do I make this game more enjoyable for as many people as possible? And I don't feel that forcibly making people use the work order system to create that critical mass as you claim it to be. I understand the concept that yes, the system absolutely definitely can't work unless at least a certain amount of people interact with it. But if you have to force that engagement, then maybe the system isn't good enough to be, you know, a thing in the first place. Why spend time and effort developing something that's subpar? It's just half a jobbing it. And my point with all of this is that I don't have anything against the work order system. It has its place, it has its niche, but it is a niche. It's only good in certain aspects. Allowing people to trade soulbound materials is a good use for the work order system. Allowing you to custom order something that's not inherently available on the auction house is a good use for the work order system. But making it the only system is where I have my problems, because it's not strong enough to stand up by itself. But let's see what Blizzard think about that, because they obviously share a different opinion. And that's fine. Any other mats kicking about, whatever that is. Blizzard have always had a vision for how they want people to play the game. It's not always in tune with how the players want to play the game, though. And it's that level of arrogance that'll kill the game for them eventually. And that sort of mindset goes a long way to showcase sort of the direction that the game's gone in the last few years, and in theory is what they're trying, or at least they're claiming to try and be going against in Dragonflight. You know, people have been progressively getting more and more annoyed with huge player power spikes, huge, you know, sort of systems and processes that they have to, you know, work through to just get to the enjoyable parts of the game. This constant push and pull from the players and the game developers regarding things like account-wide progress on certain things. Soon as Blizzard stop being quite so stubborn and quite so strict with their vision, they might find more wins occasionally and stop taking such dramatic L's. But I know I'm cynical about these things. I know, I'm aware. Right, I think this dude is done. The spreadsheet says we're having fun. God bless the spreadsheets. How does the work order system work if I have 20 of item A and gear 1 needs 15 of them, and gear 2 needs 15, and I put requests for both? Will the first item crafted use my... we don't know in that much detail yet. The work order system fundamentally doesn't work yet. It, at best, we've basically seen an interactive screenshot of what the system's going to be. It doesn't fundamentally work yet, so we don't know. I did a little video a few days ago on the work order system, which you can see the UI You can see as much in that video as we know. I pretty much showcased everything that we know about it in that one video. Glad that I made enough gold during Shadowlands to last through several expansions, so I don't have to fuck about with the new economy and work order systems. Hey, if that's the case, let's hope for one of two things. Let's hope that there's not any rampant inflation to make your gold worth less. And let's maybe hope for a little bit of deflation, possibly even. Make the gold that you've already made worth even more. That would be fun for all goblins involved. Not good for the game though, so let's not wish for that too much. I don't actually think I need to do much on these characters. These are on a different server now. So I need to figure out who and where I'm sending these materials to actually. Because my on a couple of I traditionally have my auction house characters on separate accounts. Now the auction house accounts for my other servers at the moment don't have game time on them because I wasn't using them. So I've actually got nowhere to send half of these materials to even sell them right now. I mean, I could just go to an auction house myself, but that feels like far too much like hard work. I'll just amass them all until I do something constructive with them. I've got a couple more characters I need to do my mission table for, then we'll probably jump over and take a little bit of a look at engineering on the alpha, now that we have access to that. What does that leave us with, though? That leaves us herbalism, mining, and enchanting. We haven't seen enchanting on the alpha yet. So there's only going to be 3 more professions that we won't have seen. Hopefully we'll get all 3 of those next week then. It'd be nice to have more than a few, you know, it'd be nice to have a little bit of a time to play around with herbalism and mining. That's they're professions that are not so easy to, or not so quick. Gathering professions are not so quick to test because you first have to fully level them up before you can really feel how the profession works. What are we? See, our companions are getting there, slowly but surely. All they're doing though is burning through ammo at the moment. There's a lot of materials I should be doing something with here. I do need to go through these characters and clean these out properly. I'll save that fun for another day though. Just use the auction house mount. Yeah, you're right, I probably should. That would be a solution. Right, last realm. 2 more characters. I've only got 2 60s over here because I never bothered to actually level up my Herba Miner Druid. You literally spend more time looking at the loading screen nowadays if you're doing mission table stuff than you do anything else. To be honest, these characters, I should probably have literally 0 add-ons on them. 0 add-ons. TLDR, that's it. TLDR, that's it. Instant logins, instant logouts. I don't need TSM, I don't need Zygors, I don't need LVIs, I don't need anything on these characters. You can see from this, though, exactly why they've removed the mission table in Dragonflight, though. Or should I hang on, I phrase that bad every time. They've not removed the mission table, they're just not adding a new one. You can see why they're not bothering to continue with the mission tables when literally the entire mission table has been boiled down to pressing one button now. By the use of an add-on. Click the table, click start. Wait till it says done. Log off. That's literally mission table. Something about that feels way too broken, but for as long as the add-on does its thing, it's free gold, isn't it? Okay. Right, let's leave that dude there. Let's jump onto the alpha then. I want to have a little bit of a play around with... Hang on, where's it gone? Let's have a little bit of a play around with engineering. I'm out of coffee though. I'm gonna grab a drink before I do it. I'm gonna go take a break for a couple of minutes, boys and girls. I'll throw up some ads. Just as we're in some downtime, you're not going to miss anything. Obviously, if you don't want to watch the ads, you take the option to go grab a drink, take a bathroom break, do what you need to do yourselves, or consider hitting that sub button. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. I was playing a little bit of my hunter yesterday on the alpha, going through the new zone. I I'm gonna do. I'll do a quick sweep of the zones. I got to give it to them. Art team, level design team, Blizzard. You're killing it. Absolutely killing it. Real Nagrand vibes about this zone. It is first. Oh, hello. What's going on here? Hello? Did I log off while like mid-flight or something? Where's me? What? Where have I gone? Hello? Oh, there we go. Game's doing it. Oh, of course. It's the middle of the flipping night again, isn't it? It's not going to look quite as beautiful as it should do. This zone, though, it's monstrously big. And it looks incredible. Let me hop on a flight point and just dance about a bit. The scale of this zone is redonkulous. In fact, hang on. I can cheat the system. Haha. Ha. Now we can explore the zone from a proper flying mount. So this place is crazy beautiful, right? Let me crank up my settings. Full cinematic camera view of the... Oh no, if I zoom all the way in, I'm going to get this... Okay, sure. Well, we'll zoom all the way out then. It's a crazy zone. Look at the size of this place. Traversing this area on foot would be... It'd take a while, let's put it that way. Let's head up over this way. Now they have populated this zone with herb and... Or they claim they've populated it with herb and mining nodes. Although I've not come across many of them. Now, if there was a cheap way for me to turn night into day, I would love to know the answer to that. Because unfortunately, because it all runs on NA server times, it's like 2 AM in the morning. So it's dark. But when this place is fully lit up and you can see places, it's an incredible zone. Could it be possible to reinvent the mission table? Could it be made into a good playstyle element? Lore, mission, rewards being quest items that need to be delivered? I mean, somebody with, you know, somebody with half a brain and a bit of time to think about it could absolutely do just that. The problem is, though, is if it's... Blizzard have said that if it's a system that can easily be gamed by the purpose of add-ons, they're not interested. They're not even going to bother. And that's unfortunately what the mission table is. They tried to make the mission table more complex so it couldn't be gamed by add-ons, and in turn made it even more powerful for add-ons, because add-ons will still work out how to do it. I know it's dangerous, I'm turning back. Please do not port me to Stormwind. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. You're not allowed to go out of the zone on the alpha. If you go out of the zone, you get ported back to Stormwind. Hot damn. Alright. Well, I guess then. I guess it's time to have a look at engineering. We might as well do that then. I'll do a flyby of the zone maybe when it's when the sun's out. Suggest making the mission table into a solo scenario system where you choose followers to venture into the scenario with for a reward. Yeah, they could do something like that. The big problem with it is that it was structured and designed around a mobile game. And the reality is that mobile games have their place, but their place is not in the middle of a PC-based MMO. I've likened the mission table to like a pinball machine. I've used this example a couple of times. Some of you will have heard it already, but if you go around to your mate's house and in his living room he's bought a brand new, shiny, flashing, blinking pinball machine. That's like the best thing that's ever happened, right? That is the most ridiculous thing. Wow, you've got a pinball machine in your house. It flashes, it pings, it pongs, it does all of the noises. You've got the high scores. Wow, this is incredible. You've got a pinball machine. It's amazing, right? It's the best thing that's ever happened, at least that day. If you put that same pinball table in the middle of a theme park, nobody gives a damn about the pinball table. It's exactly the same pinball table, but it went from being the best thing that's ever happened to something you flat out ignore and couldn't care less about. That's how the mission table is in the middle of a PC-based online MMO. It's like putting a pinball table in the middle of a theme park. If you're sat taking a shit, then sure, maybe play pinball. But, you know, it doesn't fit inside of a game like this. There's too many other things to do, too many other things people would rather be spending their time on. Too many other shiny things going on around you to care about this tiny little mini game that can be gamed by, you know, throwing an add-on at it. So doing dailies on several alts for crafter points is going to suck. Maybe. Then don't do it. Then don't do it. If the reward is not worth your time and you do not have fun doing it, then I cannot suggest anybody do it. Right, where's engineering then? Let's put at least a button on my bar. And let's take our first little look at engineering. We're going to need ourselves an arc-like spanner and a geomantic micro adjuster, apparently. Do you sell me those things? Well, an ultimate gnomish knife does both, right? If I understand it correct. There we go. Tiravite bolts. Rummage through scrap. Not yet implemented. Rummage through 5 pieces of scrap in an effort to find some useful parts. I like how they seem to be putting in some form of recycling to a lot of professions. We saw this added in tailoring. Well, not really added in tailoring, but in terms of the fact that there's unraveling. You take cloth and you spin it into thread. That's quite cool. We saw with, what was it? It was alchemy, that you could take potions that were just trash tier potions and break them down into components needed later on in leveling, which was quite good. I'd like to see them lean more on this. This will do well for keeping the rotation of stuff, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, when you first start leveling out, everything that you make is trashed here, right? It's not going to be high quality. It's not going to be best in slot. People are unlikely to want much of it, but it's still worth something. And that something will be to hopefully recycle it through your profession, break it down into maybe not as many components as it took to make it in the first place, but at least give you something back. You know, recycling is a good thing. And I think if they do more like this, it could be good. Do people like prospecting milling so much that it has to be in every profession? Well, it's not necessarily prospecting and milling. Prospecting and milling work in the ways of that you take a raw component and you use that to give you all of the components needed for the rest of that profession. There's a big emphasis on that, you know, it's just part of the creation path. But recycling low quality, low tier stuff that you level en masse just for the purpose of skill points at the beginning, if you can recycle a bunch of that into something else that's at least useful to you, rather than just selling it to a vendor or like flooding the auction house with shit that people don't want. Good use of it, I think. How will it work with the auction house? How will what work with the auction house? I'm not sure what you mean. We are the scrapper now. Sort of. Professions. Well, if it's bind on equip, you can sell it on the auction house. If it's bind on pickup, you cannot. Right, so we're going to need a bunch of materials, I guess, for this. I'm assuming that engineering is going to be similar to how it always has been, in terms of using a lot of ore primarily. So maybe we'll stock up on a bunch of ore. We'll do a bit of testing whether quality of ore matters. Why am I getting encoding overloads again? OBS. What's going on? Do I have instant replay on? I had instant replay on. Okay, that'll be why. Let's turn that off. I guess we might need some bigger and better ore at the same time, so let's maybe buy up some of that as well. This, for example, was the item I found yesterday to increase tailoring knowledge. Just looted it off a mob. Study the item to increase your dragon arm's tailoring knowledge by 1. Right, where did the... Did I buy any of this? I didn't buy it. Hang on. Let's buy the tier 1 stuff first. And in case we need it, let's buy some of this as well. We may not, but we'll find out. Right. So at least with engineering, we actually have the little arrows to show whether we'll gain skill points or not. Have they fixed tailoring overnight? No. Okay. Right, we need level 5 to learn something else, so let's make some bolts, I suppose. Does skill matter here? It does. We gain an additional 25 skill points by using... I wonder, actually, this is one thing that once we've... I'll probably look at doing this in the beta when we start trying to spreadsheet the crap out of everything. But I wonder if different patterns give you different bonuses to your skill when using different qualities of ore. So for example, right here, we go from 1 skill. If we use... We gain plus 13 skill by using tier 2. But we gain plus 25 skill by using tier 3. I'm wondering if that ratio is the same for all patterns, or whether it changes based upon the recipe itself. I guess we'll find out. 2, 3, 4. Whoa. Hold the phone. What was going on there? This also made rousing fire and rousing air. Probably 12.5 rounded up. Just the generation of bolts was giving these things. Does quality increase yield as well? That's a good point. In theory, it probably should do. In theory, it should do. We can see we're getting 3, 3, 3, 2. It says between 2 and 4. It says between 2 and 4. Let's right, so for comparison, we did 10. How many bolts did we get then off 10? 10 terabyte ore turned into 28 bolts. Create all button works. It works for some things, just not everything. Right, let's change it to tier 2. And then see what 10 prospects... Or, it's not prospecting, is it? You know what I mean. What 10 gives us from here. So we started with 28. Still only 2, 3, 3, 2. Okay. We got 27. We got less. We got less by using higher quality. So okay, the yield doesn't seem to differ, but your skill does bump it up, meaning that sure, use higher quality components if it can push you closer to making higher quality bolts, I suppose. For science, let's do the same. So yeah, we actually got exactly the same amount. So you're not going to gain any more. This 2 to 4 seems to be relatively fixed. 2 to 4 is fixed on this. There was a chance to get rousing stuff from all 3 of the qualities. Obviously, all it's doing is pushing up the skill. So realistically, you are not going to use best quality components on making these bolts. Not for very long anyway. You'll be able to make tier 2, tier 3 quality bolts pretty quickly and easily anyway. Okay. Let's learn some stuff. Where's engineering? So what do we have then? Ever burning blasting powder. Just intermediate reagent by the looks of things. Shock spring coils. This all feels very engineering-esque. Turning your basic stuff with the addition of more stuff into more complex stuff. And then turning that more complex stuff with yet more things into more things. Very engineering-esque. Nice, nicely hiding the cost of stuff. Goggles, we start to get our first few sets of goggles. Blue punch card sockets. We'll have to work out what those mean. Bind on pickup requires engineering. Oh, for God's sake. God's sake. God. Sure. I know they're goggles. I know that's usually the case. But... plate. Intellectual strength. Plate, cloth, leather, and mail, I presume. Yeah, okay. Sure. Creature combustion canister. What? Throw the canister in, exploding the nearest meaty corpse into chunks of meat. What? Hello? Exploding the nearest meaty corpse. Delightful. We'll test all of these little gadgets and gizmos out as well, don't worry. Oh. Exploding corpses, must have item. Right, well, we're probably going to need some shock spring coils, so let's make a handful of these. Let's put these in our intermediate section. I suppose we can... Right, 10 of those, because we're probably going to need them. Greased up gears. Oh, the greased up gears need... What do these need to be crafted with, actually? Scale. Leather needs scales. No surprises there. The leather ones need leather. The cloth ones need frameless lenses. Oh, dear. Okay. I suppose it makes sense for goggles to need lenses, I suppose. You need to get your Jawncraft on the go to make some of those. Oh, and for these, okay. Oh, they all need frameless lenses. Cloth ones need a Wielder cloth bolt. The plate ones need just more ore. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Right, well, let's make a bunch of greased up gears instead then. Oh, hang on, shit, we're learning stuff. You learn how to create new stuff. One size fits all gear. And a razor sharp gear. Creating this part may inspire Cog Wheel schematics. Oh, I totally missed that. Okay, that's cool. Does that mean that's going to be on some sort of cooldown, or is that just how things work now? Is that... Okay. It's only these greased up gears that have the discovery on them. Oh, that's cool. I need to start making some notes on this, otherwise I'm going to forget it all. Let's... My little document is getting quite big now. Oh, I never made any notes for tailoring. That's really bad of me. Engineering. Overview. Where's me? Oh, rummage through scrap. Like the recycle feature yet to be implemented. Greased up gears. Cog wheel schematics. Now I'm quite sure you could probably zerg all of these quite quickly then by just making a bunch of these, right? I'm sure this is a very short-term thing unless there's a cooldown on it. Discovery with greased... No, not graded. If we show unlearnt, maybe it will also then show us the cog wheel. Okay, so there's only 4 different types of cog wheels by the looks of things. Razor sharp gears and one size fits all we learned like straight away. I imagine we're going to learn all of these really quickly, aren't we? Can we just power through until we learn those 4? Greased up gears, go. There we go. Meticulously tuned gear. There's one more. There's one more hiding. Give me the last one. Cog wheel schematics. Yeah, there's one more. A rapidly tinkering gear. There's one more. We need more shock spring coils. Oh, and somehow, from somewhere, we're also making rusing stuff by making coils. The discovery of elements from making coils doesn't thematically make much sense, but I like the fact that it's another way of getting these. I have gone by the assumption for a long time that, like every other expansion ever, your elemental things you'll get just by like herbing, mining, killing certain mobs. Yet, until we get herbalism and mining, that might not be the case. These might only be created via other professions. If that is the case, that's going to make the use of these really quite interesting. From the word go, I've assumed that these will be plentiful and these will just be listed on the auction house and everybody will get them and there's not really much to them. But if the only way of getting these is by doing other things with other professions, that's actually going to make a really interesting commodity market for these. As crafters will have to rely on other crafters to be able to get these. But until we get herbalism and mining, we don't know. Right, come on. Teach me that last thing. Come on. Don't do me like this. Oh, you're going to do me like that. Is it just one more still? Yeah. Rapidly tinkering gear. Okay. More springs it is then. What was that, an earth? We got an earth from making these then. It seems to be that there's a... Whilst it may only be a very slim chance, there is a chance all the same for all 4 of these variations. Right. 10 more greased up gears. Give me that pattern. I want me that pattern. Boom. There it is. You forgot to send out a notification for the tailoring video yesterday. It came out really quick after the stream ended though. Oh, you mean on Discord? Oh, I might have done. Huh, you're right. Okay. I tweeted it. I tweeted it out. You are right, though. Okay. So that's now taught us all of these Cog Wheel patterns. What do they do then? Plus 30 recipe difficulty. Allocate the secondary stats of engineering crafted goggles or braces to mastery. Allocate the secondary stats of engineering crafted goggles or braces. So this is going to require... Okay. Is that like a weird variation of a missive? Feels like it. Wowhead has Rousing Earth used for engineering, jewel crafting, and skinning. Yeah, these are components. These are like elemental components that are used across most of the professions so far. At some point, nearly all of the professions I've tested have used some of these at some point somewhere. Now, the ones that they use seems to be a little bit different here, there, and everywhere. There's, I think, 7, maybe 8 different variations of these. Earth, frost, air, fire. There's blood, decay. And there's one other that I can't think of what it is off the top of my head. But I think there's 7 different elemental types. And you have the rousing ones, which you take 10 rousing ones and you turn them into an awakened one. It's actually the awakened version of them that is used in most other professions. Oh, these are clearly engineer's version of a missive. Each one provides a different secondary stat. So you can switch the secondary stats to crit, to haste, to verse, or to mastery, depending on which one of these you use. Just noticed that I got alpha an hour ago. There was... Yeah, there appeared to be a invite wave that went out yesterday. Okay, so these are the only things that are going to guarantee us skill ups right now. So I guess we make a couple of these all the same. What do we need to make the rest of these? An arc-light capacitor. We don't even know how to make an arc-light capacitor yet. Let's make some more of these real quick. Keep our intermediates available. Okay. So arc-light capacitors, what does this need? Ever-burning blasting powder. Those both sound like vendor mats. Are they vendor mats? Oh, there we go. There's the one I forgot. The order. There's rousing order and awakened order. Order, blood, and decay are the three that are not like your obvious elementals. Oh, hang on. Here we go. What's this? Oh no, these are the optional reagents. Huh. Okay. Says crafting reagent. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not sold by a vendor. It doesn't necessarily mean it's crafted in the first place, although it might be something that we just... Oh yeah, here we go. Arc-light capacitor. We haven't learned it yet. Does that mean that we probably can learn some more stuff? Engineering. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. I maybe need to keep up with learning things. Can we now make them? No. Okay. So we've learned we can discover patterns to which we ourselves will not have the ability to make them yet. When do we learn arc-light? See, arc-light capacitors are here. That's a pattern that we do get to make. When do we get to make it? Arc-light capacitor. Do we ever learn that from a trainer? We do, but we don't learn it till we get 40 skill points. Okay. Okay, that feels a bit odd, but we'll work with it. Bottomless stone crust ore satchel. Oh, it's a mining accessory. I was hoping this was going to be a bag then, but apparently not. Basic ass mining accessory. 2 mining accessories actually. The first profession equipment we get to make is for mining, not for our own profession. That's sad. I would have liked to have seen it for our own profession. Tinker, plain dispenser. Grants the user invisibility for 10 to 20 seconds. Blue punch card. That is then going to go into your punch card socket on your goggles, which of course are bind on pickup, because of course they are. And they require Dragon Isles engineering to use. Spring Shock, a reinforced machine chassis. We can make one of those now. Potion of the Hushed Zephyr. Oh, so you need... Oh, that's quite cool. You need an invisibility potion to be able to make one of these. That's quite clever. I like that. That's the sort of stuff they should do more often. More inter-profession sharing of love is good. Okay. Oh, here's that ever-burning blasting powder. So we can then use some of the rousing earth and fire that we get from making these spring businesses to make everlasting burning powder. Right. Well, let's keep up with making a bunch of our intermediate components. Ah. Now we're out of elementals. If we just make enough of these, will we get more of them? Now we're out of bolts. My attempt here is to try and make as much of engineering stuff by just getting it from this ore to begin with. Just to see just how, you know, if you want to be, you know, if you don't want to be buying all of these intermediate components and you don't want to be buying these things because they're expensive or just not so readily available, how does that play out? That'll do on those for now then. Let's make some more of these. There we go, there was another rousing air. Okay, it doesn't look like you're going to easily be able to make enough of these to be that self-sufficient. You might have to rely on buying some of these to make these higher tier or higher up components.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Thanks for the TL, Dr. Mission Table recommendation. Finally putting my alt army to good use, laughing face.
The TL Dr. Mission Table. You're very welcome. Thank you very much. Appreciate the Prime Gaming. 11 months. Nearly a year. Nearly a year. Thank you very much. Yeah, get those alt army doing something. You may not be doing too much with your alts right now. So they might as well be doing something. An engineering hat, a kaleidoscope, primal destruction charge. That sounds boomerlicious. Primal destruction charge. Inflicts a bunch of damage to enemies in an 8-yard radius. The explosion is powerful enough to cause moderate siege damage. Definitely designed for PvP then. Clearly designed for PvP. Mission table MD. Doctorate in, can I get a doctorate in gold making? What do you think? Is that possible? Okay, I need potions to make those. I don't have potions to make those. Maybe we get a few cheeky points off these to get to 25, unlock the specs, see what the specs have to offer. Right, let's see our engineering specs then. Optimized efficiency is our 3B1. This seems to be the approach that they're going with the spec trees. The sort of generic one that kind of is just a benefit to everybody, or to all of your crafting, you seem to get for free, and then you get to choose one other when you hit 25. Whilst you get this one for free, you don't get access to it until you have 25 skill points, all the same though. So optimized efficiency, specialize in the general precautions and techniques that are invaluable to all engineers. Gain +1 skill for all engineering crafts per point in this specialization. So your first 40, these are pretty valuable 40 knowledge points. For every single knowledge point you spend in this early days, you're gaining just flat 1 skill to anything you craft. So that's quite powerful. And then I guess it goes on to making intermediate items a little bit more. Specialize in creating the basic parts necessary to create all manner of engineering goods. Gaining +1 resourcefulness when crafting reagents specifically. Should just check whether there's anything interesting. Once a day, you can summon a vendor for 5 minutes that allows you to exchange excess engineering parts for a small amount of crafting reagents. Haha! Not yet implemented, but that's quite clever. There we go. That goes further to strengthen the recycling aspect, which is quite cool. Summon a vendor once a day to exchange engineering parts for small amounts of crafting reagents. It's going to be interesting when they implement that to see what the vendor has. Whether that's kind of like, who remembers back in the days of the garrison where you had the dude that would turn up daily and sell you different things. Back in the day, you would exchange garrison resources or whatever they were called. You could trade in your garrison resources. Most people ended up using them for herbs for some reason. I can't remember why. Maybe it was for inscription reasons. That's quite cool. I like that. Subspec. Your summoned vendor will now accept payment in bombs. Okay. Alright, sure. Little Al-Qaeda there, but okay, fine. Summoned vendor. Okay. Summon vendor will now accept payment in tinkers. Alrighty. Maybe this vendor is an interesting character. Not implemented yet, unfortunately, but it's going to be cool to see when it is. Do these things have anything fun then? Crafting speed, skill points, inspiration, resourcefulness, skill, multi-craft. Whenever you create a basic engineering reagent, you have a small chance to receive a random rousing element. Ah! This might be something that you have to spec into. Because we're already doing that. Whenever you create a or I suppose it's not... Has it been on all of them? Home from work because of toothache. Any remedies? Yeah, go to the dentist. Go say hi to the... I mean, I'm no one to talk. I fucking hate the dentist. But, yeah. If your tooth hurts, there's a problem with it. Go see a dentist. Get them to fix it. That's the best remedy. Professional help. But good luck with that, because toothache's horrible. Scrapper. Oh my god, there's actually a spec that's even called Scrapper. Specialize in the making the most out of seemingly useless junk. Gain +5 multi-craft for all engineering crafts per point in this spec. Whenever you use your devices or throw bombs, you have a chance of recovering a piece of scrap. You can now rummage through that scrap, which has not yet been implemented, to uncover truly useless but valuable components that can be peddled off to uninformed buyers. Well, that's some interesting flavor text. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. Bonus crafting skill. Rummage through scrap now has a chance of finding undamaged parts that can be used in your creations. Learn how to create a Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler, which allows users to harvest the souls of powerful elementals when slain. Ah, this could make engineers a primary source for these elementals, you know. You find a few of them accidentally when making stuff. But engineers could also end up being somewhat of a gathering-esque kind of thing. If you can make a thing that sucks the elemental out of a mob, that's crossing the borders between gathering professions and crafting professions. I like that. We had, yeah, the moat extractors. We had that sort of stuff in the past. I like. Scrap yield will be increased. Bonus crafting skill from stuff. Resourcefulness from stuff. And then finally, rummaging through scrap now has a chance of finding unique treasures. Do we think this is a replacement for Blingtron? Could this be a Blingtron replacement instead of dropping a Blingtron and getting a gift every day? You do it via this rummaging through scrap business. Well, Scrapper's back, boys and girls. Scrapper's back. Generalist. Specialize in a variety of useful but non-specific skills to improve your ability generally as an engineer. Gain +5 skill to all engineering crafts per point in this specialization. Whoa. Whoa. That's OP as all hell. +5 skill to all engineering crafts per point. That's got to be wrong. That's got to be wrong. That makes this 5 times more efficient than anything else we've ever seen ever. Yeah, that feels sus. +5 crafting speed for all crafts. +10 multi-craft. +10 bonus crafting skill from inspiration. Reduce the likelihood for bombs to explode in your face or tinkers to malfunction. That's a nice one, I suppose. Yeah, that feels... Maybe that's a typo. Maybe it's not meant to be +5 skill. Or if it is, maybe it's not meant to be +5, it's meant to be +1. Because +5 is kind of reserved for milestones, not for like every single point you put in it. You put 40 points in that, that's 200, that's +200 skill. from just 40 knowledge. If that stays the same, that's an absolutely cast iron. Your first 50 points will be spent. Oh my god, you don't even need to. You add 1 knowledge point to this. Oh no, you add 5 points in here. You learn a sub-spec, you learn this, and then you continue to put points in this until it's full. That is the path for your first 45 points, if that stays the same. No questions about it. Forget all of this shenanigans. You put points here. I need the cheat vendor, don't I? I need the cheat vendor to give me a book to cheat with. Let's grant myself 1,000 points. Come on, I wish I could press this button faster, but 500 halfway there. The reason I build up to it, the reason I get 1,000 points to begin with is so that when I spend points, by the time I've maxed out everything, I can see how many points it was without me doing too much maths. Right, there we go. There's 1,000 points then. Well, your first 45 go into here absolutely without question then, if this is actually giving plus 5 points. Let's take a look at the other spectries though. Explosives. Improve the production of bombs of all type, gaining +1 skill when crafting bombs. No surprises there. Any cool funky business going on here? Gain a better understanding of how to handle your own death traps, reducing the likelihood of bombs exploding in your face. Bombs used outdoors in the Dragon Isles have reduced cooldown. Learn how to conceal bombs in pockets which cause you to explode on death while outdoors on the Dragon Isles or in unrated battlegrounds. I tell you what, the problem with covering engineering on stream, and definitely the problem with covering it on YouTube, is I can nearly guarantee that the video will get demonetized due to the amount of time I say the word bomb. YouTube is not going to like this video. Damage dealt by bombs whilst on the Dragon Isles is increased. Crafting speed when making bombs. Learn how to create the I win button Mark 10, which allows you to cause massive damage in a large area once per day. What? Massive damage in a large area but once per day. A 24-hour cooldown on a bomb. Drop that in the middle of Stormwind. Kill everybody. Big Moab. Can you imagine if that you could use that like go to a world boss on reset? Yeah, that would be quite cool. I'm just thinking about bots. You could go the best place for this. Just drop it in Booty Bay. Drop it in Booty Bay. Boom. Get wrecked, Booty Bay. Oh lord, we might try that. That could be funny. Ez-Throw. Specialise in the production of Ez-Throw bombs, which are expensive but far safer versions of explosives. Learn how to create assorted safety fuses, which are a crucial component in the creation of all Ez-Throw bombs. Learn how to create an Ez-Throw variant of a bomb of your choice. Resourcefulness when crafting said bombs. Learn how to create an Ez-Throw variant of a bomb of your choice. Learn how to create the final Ez-Throw bomb variation. So there's going to be 3 variations of them, I guess, then. And then learn how to create a suspiciously silent crate, which gives you a large assortment of Ezthro bombs once a day. See, engineering is always fun. Easy, pronounced easy. Oh, what was I saying? Ezthro. Or easy throw. Okay, easy throw bomb would make sense. Yeah, sure. Engineering is always fun, right? It always has just cool stuff about it. I really wish whoever designs engineering every expansion could do the same thing with the other professions, because if it's the same guy, they put in all of their talent points in creative. All of the creativity goes into engineering, and there's none left for anybody else. Short fuses. Specialize in the creation of bombs without safety fuses. Gain +1 skill point. Gain a better understanding of how to handle your own death traps. Blah, blah, blah. Have we read this one already? Oh, no. You have a chance of recovering salvageable parts when digging through meat piles caused by bombs. Survivors of your bombs now bleed for extra damage. Learn how to create a suspiciously ticking crate, which gives a large assortment of bombs every day. Imagine how much gold engineering could make if the items didn't require engineering to use. It's true, you know. It's true. Creation. Further improve the production of all bombs, gaining resourcefulness when crafting. Skill, multi-craft. Skill. More skill. Whenever you craft a regular bomb, you have a small chance to also create an easy throw variant of the same bomb at quality 1 if you know its schematic. See, I don't know if this is going to be good. I don't know if this is going to be received well or badly. Because, let's not forget, engineering has become almost mandatory for anybody that's serious about Mythic Plus. But do you think that those same players are particularly happy about the fact that it's mandatory? And at least previously, they took it so that they got the things they needed. The jumper cables, you know, you got your battle res, you got your wormhole for getting places fast. I'm sure there's other things, I can't remember. But now engineers are also gonna kinda have to level up engineering as well a little bit. Because a lot of the stuff that they're going to want it for becomes more effective the more they level it up. So anybody that engages in Mythic Plus and has engineering just because they need engineering to use component A, B or C is going to also have to play with engineering almost whether they like it or not. Aren't there going to be battle res items in Dragonflight which don't need engineering? Apparently so. But they're going to have a significantly high chance of failing. Whereas if you are an engineer, you will not only be able to have ones that are considerably less likely to fail, but I'm presuming that by the time you spec into them at some point, they'll probably not fail. So, you know, creating a significant advantage to both being an engineer and to leveling it up. But without question, the explosives one is very, very PvP oriented for obvious reasons. I doubt even people who run Mythic Plus are frequently throwing bombs about. I mean, I might be proven wrong, but I would imagine that they're not taking engineering for, you know, for the bombs. Function over form, though. Specialize in the creation of practical items used by adventurers and craftsmen in their everyday routines, such as equipment and their accessory necessities. Plus skill to everything related to this. All crafts related to equipment and their enhancements. Ability to use spare parts on equipment. Learn how to create haphazardly tethered wires, a finishing reagent that will allow you to improve the outcome of your crafts somehow. Resourcefulness plus skill points, subspecs, inspiration. Learn how to create an overcharged overclocker, a spare part finishing reagent that will improve the outcome of your crafts once again, somehow. Further improve the creation of combat equipment, gain +1 inspiration on these crafts. Skill points. Learn how to infuse your combat equipment crafts with reagents that increase its power. Okay. Learn how to use the essence of Tyr to improve the quality. Learn how to use a variety of optional reagents when crafting guns. Learn how to use cog wheels to calibrate engineering braces to a specific stat. I'm imagining that most of this is much of a muchness. This is going to be the one that just gives you all your optional reagents, isn't it? Learn an optional reagent schematic of your choice. Learn how to use the essence of Tyr to improve the quality. Learn how to use optional reagents. Learn more optional reagents yet. Utility. Learn how to create completely safe rockets, which is a set of ammunition that will deal a small amount of area damage with ranged weapon attacks. Oh, nice little add-on to guns and bows. Resourcefulness. Learn how to create endless sack of needles. Set of ammunition that will cause a target to bleed. High intensity thermal scanner, which is a weapon scope that grants stats based on the target that is being attacked. Reusable jumper cables, which is a set of actual functional jumper cables exclusive to engineers that is both reusable and more likely to succeed. Well, there we go. There's the #1 path to victory for Mythic Plus guys then. They're going to go function over form. They're going to go in here, and then they're going to go to utility. And they're going to put, how many points is it? 30 points into utility to learn their reusable jumper cables. But let's not forget that this is 30 points here, 10 points I presume in here. Is it going to be 10 points? I'll learn a subspec after 5 points. Okay, you're going to need 35 points to get this capped out, which means if you decide to start doing Mythic Plus and you want to have engineering to have your jumper cables, it could potentially take you 10 days to 2 weeks to farm up enough profession knowledge to be able to unlock it even. These are the kind of things that are going to piss people off, because they're quality of life things that people are used to having practically instantly. And you can still do the same thing, but now you're going to have to go through a spec tree if you want it. How do you work your way through the spec tree? They're going to have to do 10 days of dailies to unlock something that they've always had pretty much instantly for free. I want to clarify, I really like the spec trees. I like what they're doing to professions to make them more fun and engaging. But there's always this inherent problem that Blizzard has suffered with for years, of that they give us something, they realise that people like it and people want to use it, and then they take it away and they sell it back to you, which is kind of frustrating. That's only for the reusable one though, isn't it? There's a consumable version. The consumable version, well, I mean, it, like it says, it's both reusable and more likely to succeed. You know, painting the picture that there's one that's not reusable and there's one that is less likely to succeed. Let them be annoyed. People are annoyed about so much these days. It's the biggest problem. It's the biggest problem they've had with flying for the longest of time. That they gave everybody flying in TBC, and pretty much instantly after that, they regretted giving everybody flying. Can't wait for people to cry because the jumper cables didn't work. Yeah. It's no different than requiring 2 weeks to get a full Mythic Plus score to upgrade your gear. I suppose, maybe. But it's just, like I said, it's one of those things that it's often something that people have become so accustomed to just having, and then it goes away. And then if it does, I mean, like the flight whistle, they took the flight whistle away, and that was a massive thing for people for a long time, until people just got bored of complaining about it. Now, at least with the flight whistle, they didn't sell it back to us. They just took it away. Straight up, no, you're not having this anymore, see you later. Mechanical Mind then, what's in here? Mechanical Mind, specialise in the creation and usage of intricate gizmos, gadgets, whirligigs and tinkers. This knowledge is none of the less invaluable in your growth as an engineer. TLDR plus skill points. Aha! Upon unlocking this specialisation, learn how to create the Wormhole Generator to aid in traversal around the Dragon Isles, assuming you're not too picky. So Wormhole Generator is in this one. So you're going to want to go function over form to get your jumper cables. Your reusable, less likely to fail jumper cables are going to be in this path. You're going to want to go Mechanical Mind to get your Wormhole Generator. You get your optimized efficiency for free. So explosives is the one that most people are going to have to wait to get. Which, unless you do PvP, is not the end of the world, I suppose. If you PvP, your priorities are probably different anyway. That's alright then. Mechanical Mind for your Wormhole, Function over Form for your jumper cables, and then you're good, right? What else does this have to offer, though? Portable workstations you place last twice as long. We've not heard much about these portable workstations. We've heard that Alchemy is going to have a portable workstation because that will allow people to make potions wherever. They've kind of almost brushed this under the rug quite effectively. You know, having the dedicated crafting area, and everybody very quickly turned around and said, we're not so much of a fan of this one. If I want to craft something, I just want to open my books and craft it. If I have the materials, I don't want to have to go to a special place to craft something. Now, obviously on the alpha, there's all these dedicated trainers and restrictions are being lifted. I wonder if they'll just brush that under the carpet as something that they said they might do, but might just not do it. Or whether they do still intend to restrict people's ability to craft things to dedicated crafting zones. Cooldown on your utility devices is reduced by 50%. So there's going to be a cooldown on things like your portable workstations, I would guess. Improve your understanding of your own explosives and devices, reducing the likelihood of malfunctioning stuff. And then finally, learn how to create... They forgot to put the word in there. Learn how to create what? Which is a friendly and helpful robot who will offer moral support and a team-wide resurrection in the event of an untimely demise. There's your team-wide resurrection then. I hope they make us craft in Ouroboros. Can you imagine? Oh yeah, all this Dragonflight stuff. Sure, you gotta go back to Ouroboros to craft it though. Gotta keep those Shadowlands numbers up. New for 10.0, a shiny new flight whistle, only $24.99. I'm glad I'm not the only cynical one in this chat. How you doing, Pugby? Welcome in. Good morning to you. I think the robot's called Savior. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so you're gonna go... You're going to want to probably max this out as well. This gives you your wormhole, but you're going to want to throw 40 points in there to get this team-wide resurrection as well, I'd imagine. What do these do? Novelties. Embrace your whimsical side to learn how to create a variety of surprisingly safe inventions to entertain yourself and those around you. Like a choo-choo train. Furthermore, gain +1 bonus crafting skill from inspiration for all engineering crafts per point in this spec. Whenever you craft fire flights, you automatically cast it for free. Okay. Are they trying to make fireworks like they have in Final Fantasy XIV? They are, aren't they? Learn how to create a centralized precipitation emitter, which is a toy that allows party and raid members to experience the thrill of Azeroth's weather on their own terms. What the hell does that mean? Okay. Sure. Learn how to create a cartomancy cannon, which is a toy that allows you to fire fated fortune cards at friendly targets. Sometimes wishing somebody good luck isn't enough to get the point across. Is that going to be one of those make it rain machines? The flipping supreme red make it rain machines. Fires fortune cards at people. Means weather's just a UI filter. Some people see snow, some people see sun at the same time. There'll be a console command to change it. Learn how to create an element-infused rocket helmet, which is a toy that propels you far into the sky. It's probably safe, you said, because you said so. This one looks quite cool. I think we're going to test a lot of this out. Giggle Goggles, a toy that allows you to view the world as if it was overrun with gnolls. Oh, Jesus. Learn how to create an environmental emulator, which is a toy that allows party and raid members to perceive their surrounding environments in unsuspected but familiar ways. This is all very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Cryptic to what these actually do. Learn how to tap into reply code transmitters scattered across the Dragon Isles to triangulate your wormhole generator to specific locations. Oh dear God. That's annoyingly cool. That's really annoyingly cool. This is going to make it even more of a requirement for some people to have engineering. I hope weather effects can include turning night to day. This way Manthias has one fewer excuses for not playing on NA realms. Well, I mean, I'm playing at stupid NA times now. It's 3 AM local time as far as the alpha's concerned, which means when I go out into the real world, it's dark all the time. Okay, we're going to play around with these toys though for sure. They sound really fun. And then, of course, we have inventions. So we have your tinkers can no longer catastrophically malfunction. Improve the understanding of mayhem you are capable of unleashing, reducing the likelihood of them malfunctioning. Further improve your understanding of the mayhem, reducing the likeliness of malfunctions. Learn how to create a tinker super kaleidotron, which is a tinker usable only by engineers such as yourself, that allows you to mark a very distant target to charge toward at the speed of sound. This all sounds really fun. This is what engineering always needs to be. Just stupid, dumb shit that's fun. Okay, well, explosives feels like the one that you will take last. You will probably take explosives last simply because it's the only one that this is more PvP oriented. There's some cool stuff in the explosives tree, but for the most part, function over form is going to be where you're going to beeline to utility, because this is going to offer you the reusable jumper cables. So the combat res, the reliable combat res, additionally mechanical mind, and you're just going to play around with as much of this as you want. And obviously optimized efficiency is the freebie that you get. Sounds like a Rextroid test kit. It really does. It really does. I'm sure he'll do some magical things with this lot. Alright then, that's fine. Well, it seems pretty safe in the fact that Generalist might be broken. I want to test if Generalist is broken, actually. Let's put some points in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's now, what's our skill? 25 from points from leveling, plus 5 from the spec tree. If we unlock this, in theory, we gain 5 skill points for every 1 point. So if we are at only plus 5 right now, we add 1 point to that. Does that mean we're at plus 10? Oh my god, it does. It's broken. It's hella broken. This is super broken. Super, super broken. Generalist should not be giving you plus 5 skill points for every single knowledge that you apply to it. That goes in the notes. That goes in my notes. What's it called? Generalist node. Plus 5 crafting skill per point is OPAF. That's about as descriptive as I can get. That's bonkers level crazy. Outrageously crazy. So that, by putting 40 points in it, 40 points should be, based on that, 200 additional skill. Well, yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's broken. Yeah, it's definitely broken. It's definitely broken. It's not just a typo. It's definitely broken. Summon a vendor that will now accept... Oh, that's not implemented. Subspec. Vendor thing's not implemented. Crafting skill. Rummage through scrap. Not yet implemented. Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler, which allows you to harvest souls from powerful elementals. Not yet implemented. Yields. Not yet implemented. There's not a lot to test here because none of it's been added yet. Okay, that entire tree is not being implemented. We can learn to make the thing though. What was it called? Zap Throttle Soul Inhaler. Where is it? Is that going to be considered like a toy or something? Here we go, a device. Primal Convergent, an Elemental Harmony, and some finely ground gemstones. So you need alchemy and jewel crafting to make you some components there. Drain the essence of a particularly powerful elemental. If your target dies whilst being drained, you will capture its soul. 30-minute cooldown. Not yet implemented. This could be if you have... there's likely then to be... If you just leave a character chilling next to a... I don't know, a rare elite or something like that. Log on every once in a while. Suck its soul dry. Get some fancy loot. Log off. Skill points, inspiration, resourcefulness, skill points, multicraft. Whenever you create a basic engineering reagent, you have a small chance to receive a random rousing element. Well, that's been happening for us already. Maybe long term it's going to be something you have to spec into. Okay, so there's that tree maxed. 150 points in there. We'll take... Well, I mean, we're going to learn all of them eventually. I just need to work out what we're going to unlock first. So you're probably going to want to... this confirmation box has changed. Are you sure you'd like to learn function over form specialization? You'll be able to choose additional specs upon advancing further into Dragonflight's engineering. Cool. Ability to use spare parts. Allow you to create haphazardly tethered wires. Finishing reagents. Right, so endless sack of needles. Where's that then? Endless sack of needles. Scopes and ammo stuff. Permanently enchants a ranged weapon to sometimes increase secondary stat by 295 based on the type of creature you're attacking. Based on the type of creature you're attacking. It's an interesting twist. Completely safe rockets. Throw a seemingly endless supply of tiny rockets into your quiver. Your auto attacks have a chance to fire one of these rockets, which explodes on impact to deal 1,461 fire damage in a small radius. Lasts an hour. Oh! Well, it appears me, as Mr. Hunter, is going to be carrying around completely safe rockets from now on then. As it's not just an enchant, it's an unused buff, apparently. Okay. Endless stack of needles. Replace your traditionally sharp ammunition with sharp needles that cause auto attacks to also apply a stacking bleed. Okay. Definitely two things to carry around then. High intensity thermal scanner. Oh, that was that one. Completely safe rockets. Endless sack of needles. Reusable jumper cables. Where did they go? Here we go. Carelessly cross a few frayed wires within the vicinity of a fallen ally in desperate attempt to jolt them back to life with 60% health, 20% mana, castable while in combat. Even engineers make mistakes sometimes. Cannot be used by players higher than level 70. Requires level 70. And requires Dragonflight's engineering 50. So yeah, all the more goes to show that engineers are going to have to actually play with engineering, whether they like it or not. Whether they like it or not. On buff, which didn't mention needing an engineer, so could sell. Yeah, that becomes these look to be these instantly look to be a must-have in the backpack of every hunter. Yeah. Must have, I think, for hunters, those. Why would you not want to do more damage passively? And presumably there's a quality thing about these. Okay, the higher the quality of them, the more damage they do. Quite simply. Quality 2, they're doing 900 fire damage. Quality 3, they're doing 1,200 damage. So yeah. Something for engineers to sell. Haphazardly tethered wires, which is increases multi-craft by 24 and crafting speed by 9. Okay, that's going to be remarkably useful for when you're making your intermediates, assuming you can get it to proc, of course. But look, our crafting speed is 20%, and our multi-craft is already 21%. Lord have mercy, that's actually quite high. That's actually pretty impressive. Overcharged Overclocker increases resourcefulness and adds 6 bonus crafting skill from inspiration. So if you can get inspiration to proc, it will do 6 more. But as we've already seen, if this is truly broken beyond repair, you're not going to be short of crafting skill. But let's hope it is broken, and let's hope they fix it. Then I guess we will unlock the next one at 50. I mean, it claims we need 100. I don't think that's true. I think we get the next one at 50. So let's craft a few more things. We're at 27. We just need to make stuff. We can't make a lot of anything. We're short on materials all over the place. The value feels way higher than other professions that you haven't. That's because it's broken. One of the nodes on the Spectre is broken. This node is completely bust. It's giving you +5 skill points for every point you put in it, which is 5 times more than it should be. So yeah, it's completely bust. Okay, now we're making a bunch of these. Let's make... Oh, you can see our multi-craft is kicking in. Look, we made 6 in one go there. 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. 1 to... 2 to 4 is normal. We had multi-craft kick in a couple of 7. Not just the skill points, the other stats as well. True. I think they need to, though. I'm hoping this is the result of them looking at... I'm hoping now that, you know, engineering, we've only been given access to engineering now, which is still 4 or 5 weeks of development and feedback since we first started seeing professions. I'm hoping this is actually the plan of action, is to make these stats more meaningful. Like 4 or 5%, I mean, nobody gives a shit about that, really, let's be honest. But, you know, if 1 in 5 times you craft something, it's going to proc and give you more stuff, then that feels like something worth chasing and worth stacking up. It could also very clearly be that some of these other ones are just a little bit overweighted, though, somewhere. We have gained, like, monstrous amounts of multi-craft from somewhere. 220 multi-craft points from somewhere. We must have got that in numbers far more than what they... Oh. Yeah, this scrapper one is giving +5 multi-craft to all engineering crafts per point. And there's 40 points in that. So that's 200 points of multi-craft right there. So 20% multi-craft just from maxing out this stat. Just like generalizing feels a bit bust for skill points, this one feels a little bit over the top maybe compared to others for multi-craft. Considering you only get +1 resourcefulness for putting points here, but +5 multi-craft by putting points here. Yeah. Multi-craft and resourcefulness can kind of be considered very similar. They just do the same thing in different directions. One procs more stuff, one procs costing less. So they kind of balance in a way. But yeah, that in theory should mean that, yeah, summon's a bit broken there. I might make note of that being potentially overpowered as well. What is it called? Scrapper. I mean, like I said, there's a possibility that this is by design. But so what's this? +5 multi-craft per point is also OP as all crazies. Let's just bang out 100 of these. So we got them. There we go. Need some springs. Let's get some more springs. 1 to 2 is default. We got a 3, which must have been a multi-craft proc. Another 3. I mean, what it kind of I gave some feedback on Inscription. My feedback on Inscription was that your resourcefulness and your multi-craft feels kind of pathetic when you're only making 1s and 2s of things in the first place. Maybe that, like I said, maybe this is by design that they're going to pump up these numbers to make them actually feel something that's worth chasing for and to provide a significant benefit over somebody that hasn't. You know, creating more of a delta between somebody that just has the profession and somebody that actually, you know, actively plays with the profession and seeks out better results with it. Make a bunch of these spring coils. There you go. Bunch of those then. Let's also then make some of these. We seem to need these for pretty much everything. Failed? What do you mean failed? Failed is not an option. Story of my life. Don't put yourself down like that. Shocking performance. It is for some special people. Alright, fine. Right, there we go. Right, now, can we actually make some stuff then? Can we actually make some stuff? We need a whole bunch of awakened. We still haven't learned how to make this arc-like capacitor business, you know. Oh, that's because we've only got 27 skill points. That could be why. We need 40 skill points to even learn how to make one of these. What can we actually make then? What are we missing? Frameless lenses. We need a jewel crafter for that. We can't make arc light capacitors yet until we've got 40 skill points. Completely safe rockets. Burn everlasting burning powdery stuff. We can make some more of those, I suppose. Or can we? It's weird. The actual path to success is not quite so easy. Did any... We got 2 skill points for that. I've noticed this a few times, but I've never caught it when it actually happens. We got 2 skill points for 1 craft there. It feels like multi-craft, although we didn't proc multi-craft on either of these. There is some rare instances where you gain 2 skill points for 1 craft. Well, maybe I will report it as a bug on this one, because this is where it happened. Occasionally gain 2 skill points for a single craft. Yeah. And it's not orange, has yellow icons next to its name in the list. Yeah, these are to indicate, like, this is the same as the color of the text being orange back in the day. What your likelihood is of getting a skill point. Only orange is a guaranteed skill point, but not only was it orange, it also gave us 2 skill points, which was weird. It could be intentional, where multi-craft is giving you a 10% chance to proc. It's also giving each proc 1.1% experience. Yeah, either way, whatever the situation is for it, it's feels a bit weird. Chance to craft extra materials increased by 38%. See, it even has the word materials. It's very clear to why it says do not translate on this, because it's terribly written. Because it's multi-craft doesn't always work on just things that are materials. Crafting time decreased. You have a 7.2% chance to use fewer tradable reagents. Maybe there's some weird thing going on with those. Wasn't there a node in the skill tree that gave a chance of 2 XP? I don't believe so. Not that I'm aware of. There might have been, but not that I'm strictly aware of. Right, what do we got now? Draconian Fisher Friend. A Draconian Fisher Friend, a fishing tool. The Essence of Tyr, which is the relatively generic at this point use for your artisan's metal as a way to increase your crafting skill by 30 on use. We've seen this 100 times now. A Jewel Crafter's crafting tool. And the Wisp of Tyr, which is the same thing, but just used on smaller items. Okay. Nothing particularly interesting there from a skill up perspective. These are already green to make when we learn them. So you're likely to still maybe try. You can't, even though we've learned this, we probably shouldn't have yet by normal circumstances. You're probably meant to craft a bunch of these at this point to get to 40. Can I buy some artisan's metal? This will probably get us to 40, I'd guess. 31, 32, 3. Got to 35, it stayed orange. Means we push all the way to 40. Use up 10, maybe 12 of our artisan's metal to get to 40. Don't seem to be getting any extra rousing elements. Well, that was only when making parts, I believe. So now, for example, if we were to make a bunch more of these, although it might also have said that that was not implemented. Whenever you create a basic engineering reagent, you have a small chance to receive a random rousing element. So it's going to be any of these basic reagents. If we make a whole bunch of Tyrivite bolts, for example, we might be able to proc a few times some more elements. See, we got a rousing air then. He's aroused enough already. Relax. Get your mind out there, Gutter. It's not very often, though. It's certainly not often enough to scream about. It does its thing, but... Now we get the Clock Capacitor. Now we can make this thing. This was a key component for quite a few things we'd already researched, but a lot of what needed these we'd researched through the spec tree, which under normal circumstances you probably wouldn't have actually unlocked yet. Although we needed one of these Clock Capacitors for, what was it? It was for one of the Cog Wheels, wasn't it? It was for one of the Cog Wheels. Yeah, some of the Cog Wheels that you could learn really quickly. Only at this point can you actually make these yourself. In theory, you could buy them off the auction house, but if you can make them yourself, it often makes more sense to do that. And we gain skill points for making these, so that's likely to be our next ticket to maybe 50 skill points. Convincingly realistic jumper cables. These are now then your... Frighten a dead ally with the threat of a powerful electric shock, restoring them to life with 35% health and only 10% mana, castable while in combat. Sometimes you fail to make a compelling case. Item quality affects both the cast time. So, unfortunately, my skill is already high enough to make tier 3 quality ones of these, so I can't easily tell the difference, but there we go. There's your general sell it to the masses combat res. Are they going to be expensive? They take an Arc-like capacitor, greased up gears, shock spring coil. Now all of this so far is just basic ass ore. Ore plus more ore plus more ore. 2 to 4 bolts comes from one piece of ore. To make the spring, you then just take some of those bolts and add more ore. To make the greased gears, you take the spring you've just made and add more bolts to it. And then your capacitor is going to take a titan ore plus the 2 things you've already made again. So lots of basic ore plus a fancy ore gives you a couple of arc-light capacitors. So let's just say 5-ish regular pieces of ore. Plus, okay, not very expensive. These arc-light capacitors anyway. What else do they need? Okay, yet more basic ore. A primal molten alloy. These are made specifically by blacksmiths, which is ultimately just more ore, but it's something that you can't make yourself. And then a refreshing healing potion from an alchemist. Cool. Alright, fine. Multicraft kicks in on these as well. Look, 38% multicraft. Are you mad? Right, well, let's make 10 of those. Proc 4 on here, look. We only got 4 points off that. Oh, it's because it's a yellow recipe. Okay, that makes sense. Right, well, I guess 5 more to try and get to 50. Considering it's green, we're going to need at least 5. There we go, 50 skill points. Beautiful. Whoa, stop, I said. Stop! Okay, jumping doesn't cancel apparently. Nothing appears to cancel it apparently. Stop, game. Stop burning all my resources. God damn. Stupid game. Okay, I nearly alt F4'd then. Right, now we should start making some good stuff. Now we actually get to the end game gear. Report that, please. I don't know what I did to stop it, though. Nothing but pressing. Right. Now we start making some actual gear. Some actual endgame gear. Those reinforced machine chassis, arc-light capacitors, black dragon seared alloy. This is interesting. It's pulling in components from all over the place. You make a few of the basic stuff. It's pulling in blacksmithing components as well. This is greatly incentivizing people to pair up blacksmithing with engineering. And then hopefully having a pocket miner somewhere along the lines. Frameless lenses come from Jewel Crafters. And of course these are the 2 bind on pickup components. A multi-tool. Where's the multi-tool? Oh, it's just a random engineering tool. Oh, okay. I thought that was going to be something cool. Oscillating wilderness opticals. Spring-loaded draconian fabric cutters. Tailoring item. I was just checking whether these are all item level 317. They are. Which means they're all tier 1 profession equipment. So you learn all of your goggle recipes. Are these... Okay. See, there's this is where professions get kind of weird. I mean, we know that goggles have always been bind on pickup, right? Goggles have pretty much always been bind on pickup. And they are still bind on pickup. But now your only way to craft them is to actually go out and play the endgame stuff as well. Would there ever realistically be a work order for goggles, considering you'd need to be an engineer to make them anyway? Odd. Lurking while working. How's engineering looking? It's looking fun. Very much like you would expect engineering to be. The quick TLDR on the spec trees. Optimized efficiency kind of sells itself pretty well. You're just gaining an ungodly amount of skill points for crafting everything from this tree. Some of it feels seriously broken at the moment, though. You're gaining way too many skill points from this. One single engineering knowledge can be giving you like +5 skill to anything you craft, which feels seriously OP broken. You have your explosives tree, which is very clearly a PvP focused tree, likely to be the one you leave to pick up till last in most cases. Function over form is where you get your what was it you get from here? Your jumper cables. You get your battle res, your reusable, more likely to succeed battle res comes from here. So big for mythic pluses. Mechanical mind is where you are going to get your Wormhole Generator, and this has got so many cool little toys and gizmos that you make in it. Mechanical mind is the fun one, is definitely the fun one. But welcome in, Samadan, good to see you. Hope you're working hard. Hope you're getting some time to play Alpha. The headpiece requires engineering to use, but the wrists can be made for others. I don't think I've unlocked the wrists yet. They come through. I don't think they come through any of the trees. Where are those then? Goggles, armor, engineering wrists. These don't have a source yet then. These don't have an acquisition method. But you are right. These will not require engineering to use them. They're still bind on pickup. They're still only going to be sourced through the work order system, but they do not require engineering, at least at this stage. And there's these safety components bits on it. Okay, we'll grab these patterns in a minute. Once I've leveled everything and have worked out what we naturally get through spec trees, then we can filter out everything else that we know we'll have to go out of our way to get somehow. All fun stuff need engineering to use. Most of it, yeah, I would say most of it. There's a few things that can be, a few more things that can be sold, and the love can be shared a touch. There is a consumable battle res, which has the chance of failing, but doesn't require engineering to use. There's a couple of where did they go? Some of the scopes and ammos, hunters are going to want some of these quite frequently. Completely safe rockets. It's just a consumable, 60-minute consumable that's going to do AoE damage or apply a bleed from your auto attacks. So there's some stuff to sell. There's still some stuff to sell. They're spreading the love a little bit. But right, at 50 points then, we can learn everything we can possibly learn from the trainer, so the trainer can go away at this point. What else? At this point, we actually learn the other spec. Yeah, so we're going to have to get to Dragon Isles Engineering 100 to unlock the last one. This pattern feels... I think it feels better. Most people were concerned with specs, that you were going to have to choose one spec, and that one spec was going to be pretty, you know, causing people to want to run multiple alts and all of this sort of stuff. But the way the specs tend to play out now is it's less of a case of, well, which spec do I choose? It's more of a case of which spec can I go without for the longest. Because you eventually get all of them. But to get the last one, you need to max your profession skill. You can get to 50 without touching a single work order or having to, you know, do anything with anybody else. You can unlock 3 spec trees not without any effort, but without any sort of community-based effort. But 50 plus in all of the professions now seems to pretty much universally, these last 50 points are going to come from fulfilling work orders. Now, there are some items we can still make that will give us skill points at this moment, but I would imagine they disappear very quickly. Once you get like 60, 70 plus, then if you're not filling a work order for an, like, you know, like an end, even these, right? Even the goggles, even if you were to go out and fill a work order for goggles, these still don't even guarantee you a skill point. In fact, there is nothing that we can craft right now that even guarantees a skill point. Nothing whatsoever. And perhaps there are some... Is there anything that guarantees skill? There's nothing. There's not a single thing at this point that guarantees skill points. Oh, no, I lie. There's one tinker, which we haven't learned how to make yet. And I don't know how we learn it. Okay, that's probably going to require some balancing, I think, there. Because I would imagine very quickly these oranges will turn green. And when they turn green, you're going to have to fill a lot of work orders before you get any skill points. This last spec tree is going to be a real grind to unlock. Really keen to see if the Dark Moon Fair will have the ability to boost professions. If it does, I imagine Dark Moon Fair items becoming super popular. Yeah, true. Plus five skill points in your profession could be big. It's very true. Because that 95 to 100 grind could be real. That could be a hell of a grind. If every pattern you're crafting is green, even filling a work order isn't even like remotely close to guaranteeing a skill point. You could maybe, to get those last 5 skill points, you might need, you might need like literally 20 or 30 work orders to get those points. Can't you check now? Dark Moon Fair's running on retail. Well, yeah, we know it works on retail. But it's more of a case of if that will be the same thing in Dragonflight. Right, I need to maybe then finish speccing these out. See if there's anything else we learn by speccing into the 3 that we have access to. Okay, that didn't give us any new patterns. Gave us the ability to use optional reagents though on some stuff. Okay. This is the fun one. This is where we unlock all the toys and stuff. Right, centralized precipitation emitter. Place down a centralized precipitation emitter for up to 2 hours that allows you to experience the flurry of nature by choice. A cloaking device attached to this machine ensures that only members of your party or raid can see the machine and its effect. Can only be used outside. 6-hour cooldown. I need to make a bunch of these and then go and test them, don't I? We need awakened air, an awakened frost, and a primal convergence. Any of you guys should sell me the awakened air. What do we need? Awakened air, awakened frost. Awakened air, awakened frost, primal convergence. One of you fellas is going to sell me one of those, surely. Primal convergence. Here we go. Let's get some of the good ones. Where did it go? Is it like a toy or something? Where did it go? Here we go. Centralized precipitation emitter. Go. Give me one of those. Right, we'll put these down here. There's a whole bunch of these that we'll go and test these out in a minute. We'll craft a bunch of them up and then we'll go out and test them. Cartomancy cannon. Load your Cartomancy cannon with fated fortune cards and fire it towards a friendly player. Okay. I need an ever-burning blasting powder, which means I need rousing fire. Which one of you sold me that? No. Ah! It's nice that we have vendors apart from I can never remember which flipping vendors sell what. Here we go, rousing fire. What was it called? Oh god, I can't remember. Cartomancy cannon, there we go. Oh, we needed an everlasting burning doodart thing. Right, what next? This is the most fun one by far. This gives you all the toys. Element-infused rocket helmet. I need an awakened fire. Didn't I just buy a bunch of those? Gravitational displacer. The hell is that? Throw the displacer to activate it after 2 seconds, pulling all enemies to its location. Requires... Do I know how to make these yet? I don't think I know how to make these yet. That's here, look. That's one of those. I don't know how to make that. How do I learn that then? Does that come from over this side maybe? Okay. Giggle Goggles. Can we make Giggle Goggles? I need frameless lenses. Ah, I need some jewel crafting friends. Can I buy frameless lenses? I swear these were one of the things that you could buy. I swear frameless lenses were somewhere. I now need a full suite of crafters every single cycle of the alpha just to be able to test things. Oh lord. Okay, I need Jawn Crafter Friend to make that one. This is not going to plan. What's this? Dragon Isles Engineering. Well, there we go. +5 Dragon Isles Engineering skill. That's big. Save that. Save that until you have 95 points. Then head over to the see if it lines nicely. Start stocking Darkmoon Faire books now then. It's probably not a bad idea. I was really hoping I could easily make some more of these. It's proving difficult. I keep needing things I don't have. Environmental Emulator. Oh, I've got everything apart from the Awakened Order for that. We'll have one of those then. Awakened Order is in here somewhere. Somewhere, he says. Here we go. Awakened Order. Environmental Emulator, there we go. Let's put that on our little thing to test. Place down an environmental emulator for up to 2 hours that allows you to view the world from a different perspective. A cloaking device attached to this machine ensures that only members of your party or raid can see the machine and its effects. It can only be used outside. There's no calendar on the map anymore, or how do I see it on alpha? Very good question. You click the calendar button in the top right hand corner. Boom. There it is. September, October. Let's assume that Dragonflight launches end of November. You're then looking at the 10th of December for Darkmoon Faire week. Oh, Darkmoon Faire ends. Darkmoon Faire begin right 4th to the 10th of December is where you'll get 5 free points for all your profession. So you want to get your professions up to 95 skill by this point. Good luck with that. You watch. Dragonflight will launch on Sunday the 11th. They'll launch it here. Literally as far away from a Darkmoon Faire as you can possibly get. And then you'll be waiting till January. Or apparently not, because apparently Darkmoon Faire doesn't happen in January. Or February. Or March. Or April. Maybe Darkmoon Faire's dead. Maybe they've killed Darkmoon Faire. No Darkmoon Faire 2023. GG. Last ever Darkmoon Faire. Yep. Rest in peace, Darkmoon Faire. Probably not. Relax. What else have we got to make then? Oh, nothing more. Oh no, this allows us to tap into apply code transmitters across the Dragon Isles to triangulate your wormhole. Do I have a wormhole? Can I make the wormhole? Wormhole Generator. Black Dragon Seared Alloy. You son of a. Reinforced Machine Chassis. Can I make these yet? Reinforced Machine Chassis. Yes. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Black Dragon Seared Alloy. Are you going to sell me one of those? I'm going to have to level a whole bunch of different professions just to make a handful of different items just to be able to test these things, aren't I? Ha. Frustrating. Alright, sure. This is why every week what I probably should have done is crafted 100 of everything and just put it in a guild bank somewhere. You live and you learn. So I can't make my wormhole. Okay. Well, sure. Fine. Is that the spec tree maxed out then? What do we get from this direction? Reducing the likelihood that stuff malfunctions. Crafting. Inspiration. Less likely for things to go wrong. Resourcefulness. Skill. Learn how to create the Super Collider Otron. A tinker that's only usable by engineers. Allows you to mark a distant target charged towards it at the speed of sound. That could be fun. How do we make that then? An Awakened Blood. Draconic Gun Shoes. Of course! Another thing that we have no idea how to make. Draconic Gun Shoes? Where the flipping hell are those? They don't even show on my unlearned list. Who the flippin' hell makes draconic gun shoes? Well, let's put it this way. The only profession we haven't seen so far is enchanting. Oh. No, they're Legion ones. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Okay. Oh, because that would have been cool to test as well. Lock onto a distant enemy target up to 60 yards away. Oh, it's only 60 yards away. Oh. I was expecting that to be much more cool than that was. That's just a charge. Ah. I was kind of hoping that would be like, you know, laser pointer. Pew! I want to go there and just instantly end up there. Good for like, you know, for like, I don't know, maybe like getting hard to reach treasures or something. The UI is so big and empty. There is a lot of dead space in the middle here, but it's only dead space occasionally. You know, when you're making things, they do fill it occasionally, but I do feel there's something that they could work on to maybe, I don't know, make it less, I don't know. Right then, well, we've got a few toys we can play with then. Let's not play with the toys in Stormwind. Let's go use them out in the world where they might have more of an effect. Gun shoes are from engineers. Yeah, I know regular gun shoes are, but it required draconic gun shoes, which engineers don't even have on their unlearned list right now. So, right, first one, centralized precipitation emitter. Place down a centralized precipitation emitter. Let's see what this does then. Right, so centralized precipitation emitter. Let's have a little bit of a zoom into this thing. What's this fella have available to him? Push the button labeled rainstorm, snow flurry, sandstorm, or falling ash, or kick the machine. Alright, let's try just pushing a button then. And it started raining. Well, there we go. If you want to trigger the rain, you can trigger the rain, apparently. Let's make it snow. Hey, I'm going to love this for thumbnail creation, I'll tell you that much. Is it going to snow now? Doesn't feel very snow. Oh, there we go. There's the snow. Puts us into a snowstorm. We have sandstorm. For copyright reasons, I'm not going to start doing the tune. Where's the sand coming in then? Here we go. We can start to see the sandstorm. The sandstorm's not quite as effective, but it's a thing all the same. Final one, falling ash. Oh, I was really hoping the sky had like turned red or something for this one. Oh, it's just little bits. It's the Firelands effect, look. Falling ash, apparently. Well, that's cool. That's a cool little toy. Neat little toy for sure. Precipitation Emitter. Let's try then. There's another one that's similar but different. The Environmental Emulator. These are bind when used as well, by the way, so there's a good chance that you can craft and sell these. Oh, you want me to kick the machine? Oh, hang on. Kick the machine. You kick it and it zaps you. Yeah, you kick it and it zaps you. Right, environmental emulator then. Let's first and foremost have a little look at her. Some levers on the sides. Looks like one of those disgusting in-house air conditioning units. We didn't have a look at this thing very well, did we? This has got some cool knobs and buttons on the side of it as well. Right, what happens when we poke this one? Peaceful day, fell storm, calm cyclone, ice crown, burning skies, or twisting nether. Well, let's have peaceful day then. Hey! Ah! Yes, I'm going to use this one a lot. Turned it into a nice sunny day at 4 AM in the morning. Now it's a peaceful day all of a sudden. Let's turn it to a fellstorm. Everything goes a bit nasty green coloured. Sky's gone a funny colour. Is it local or does it change it for everybody? Only people within your party, apparently. Your party or raid. So all of these other fellas will be seeing it as normal. Only changes it for you in your party. Calm cyclone. I guess it's just these wind effects, I guess, then. Ice crown. Turns everything the same colour as ice crown. Thunder and lightning in the skies. This is all quite cool. I like these toys. These are funky. Burning skies. Now everything's gone red. Now hell's about to erupt. And then finally we have twisting nether. Gives all these purple glows. Thunderstorms going off. These are quite cool. These are quite cool. We'll kick the machine. Kick the machine does the same thing. Oh, kicking the machine seems to reset it. Takes you back to, you know, ye olde regular day. I'm going to use the peaceful day one a lot. Because this, all of a sudden, boom. Instant thumbnails. Especially if I can do something like this. Please hold. Ta-da. Oh, no. The effect doesn't last through death. Ow, boo. I was hoping I could cheat the system there, but apparently not. Okay, if I want to fly around the zones whilst dead, I have to just live with the natural. Unless I can interact with it while I'm dead. No, I can't interact with it while I'm dead. Boo. That's a shame. I was hoping to use this as a cool way to showcase the zones to you guys. Video, even if it's short, I think would do pretty well. People have asked for weather changing stuff for ages. I doubt most people have even bothered looking into the professions. Yeah, I might do. I've got the inherent problem now that thing's on a 6-hour cooldown. I might sneaky some of the footage from the stream for that one. Well, yeah, some weather changing stuff is cool. Two little new items. A centralized Precipitation Emitter. Not quite as cool as this one though. The environmental one's really cool. But considering I'm dead, I can maybe fly around and showcase this new zone. One of the 4 zones, Arthurian Plains. Really big. And it just looks really big. Other people are doing the same. It looks really big. And this isn't even the biggest zone either. The Azure Span, which I've not had chance to play test through yet. I've seen Waking Shores for about a day when given alpha. Last week we saw Thaldrassus. This week we're in Onarthran Plains. I have no idea how you pronounce that. Onarthran Plains. But it looks cool. I was hoping that weather thing would make it daytime, so you know the sun would be out and it'd look a bit prettier, but I might just do a little bit of a fly about and have an explore myself. I gotta be careful I don't go into different zones though, because otherwise it kicks me back to Stormwind. Some nice elevation here for, you know, using your dragon riding, which is quite cool. Some broken ass observatory or something. Oh, this is where one of the bronze timekeepers is for your dragon riding races. Around here somewhere. Where is he? I might not be able to see him because technically I'm dead. I'm cheating the system to be able to fly in the first place. Where do you reckon this waterfall gets all its water from? Where's all the water come from? It's a mystery. Maybe it all comes out of here. What's up here? Hang on. I've got to be really careful I'm staying in the right zone. But yeah, this zone is monstrously big. Like, even on a flying mount, it's massive. They've really kicked it into gear with the scale. And one thing I will say, now is I know this sort of area looks relatively barren, but the zones are quite big and they don't feel empty. This is a thing that some games get really wrong. They're like, yeah, we've got the biggest, hugest, most outrageous, you know, sized zones in history, but then they're just empty for miles. And there's nothing in them apart from like default asset huts occasionally. These zones feel big, but they feel geographically well put together. They feel as if they're big for a reason. But of course, as we know, the art team really does do bits for this game. Even though, you know, it's not the most graphically fidelical, that's not a word. Graphical fidelity is not at its peak as to, you know, what some of the games are doing now. If it used like the Unreal Engine, the new Unreal Engine or something, it'd be ridiculous, but even still, they're remarkably nice zones. Bunch of weirdness going on over here. What's at this end? Somebody please tell me somebody's clipping these comments to take out of context for that's what she said memes. Feel free. The more people that make clips of my stream, the less effort I have to do to populate the clips channel. GG. Win for everybody. Now, of course, I'm flying around dead, so what you're not seeing is all the mobs and stuff. I've removed the dead fog so that you can see the zone properly. See, we've just gone from up here down here. We've covered like less than half the zone. Do Alt Z to hide your UI. Oh, there we go. There's a new herb, look. There's one of the new herbs. A bubble poppy. Yeah, like I said, I wish I could not have it be, you know, early morning in the game so you could see it with the sun out. But what's this cave about? Is this in the same zone? I gotta be careful, this is the same zone. Some cave back here. Definitely some dragons have bit the dust in here by the looks of things. Reminds me of Howling Fjord. Yeah, there's a bit of Howling Fjord. There's a bit of Nagrand in this. There's definitely some inspiration from those zones. Really nice zone, though. And for me, the big thing is it's not deathly depressing. Like, something about Shadowlands. Spending so much time in the Moor and in Korthia. Zereth Mortis was able to lift those woes a little bit. But even Zereth Mortis, it felt quite small after a minute. This one entire zone is easily bigger than the entirety of Zereth Mortis, and it's just one zone. Now, I always recommend people take anything that Ian says with, you know, a grain of salt. But when Ian Hazakostas said that the zone, the feel of the zones they're going for is 4 separate Zereth Mortises, I think it makes sense. They're kind of on point with this. They're trying to make big zones that you could comfortably spend, you know, a good chunk of time in each zone for. Zereth Mortis is the closest they've come to replicating the Timeless Isle. You're probably not far wrong there. The Timeless Isle goes down in history as easily one of the best zones they've ever made. Easily. People still live in the Timeless Isles even now. I'm being cautious to stay in the zone. I expected to look up then and to see a sword. I was expecting this to be a sword. Luckily it's not. Lots of broken buildings though. It's going to be interesting working out what all of the storyline is for this lot, because there's clearly some ins happened. Because whilst this place is got buildings and stuff, a lot of it feels very derelict. What sword? Fair point. Hey, look, this looks like a golf course. You're going to get to play mini golf. Did anybody else get mini golf vibes off this? You know, go, here's hole 1, hole 2. Need a windmill somewhere. Go on, Blizzard, you would. Put a mini golf course in. Little 9-hole green over here. Look, it's even on the map, look. It's a ball sack, not a mini golf course. Golf with dragons. There's definitely something going on over here. Like I said, bear in mind that all the NPCs are hidden right now because I'm dead. But... and then down this way, down this big cliff section as well, is still technically part of the zone, look. You got this sort of sunken, almost, I don't know, it feels like some marsh or something. Almost feels like we're entering, what's the Zanga Marsh sort of esque. Shady Sanctuary. Some dodgy ass greenhouse. Hey up, what are you? Oh, if you're not a dungeon entrance, I don't know what is. Doesn't claim to be a dungeon entrance. Something's going on here. Someone's got some dragons on the go over here. But yeah, the art team. Incredible job. Emerald Gardens, apparently, this area. And luckily as well, I know that they're really pushing dragon riding, but for the most part, you can get around the place. It definitely looks like they've put thought into getting around the place on foot as well. You're not going to totally be at, you know, the mercy of dragon riding all the time, because there are still technically paths up these big hills by the looks of things. Not that I've explored this area properly yet, but what is this little zone? Where is this? Oh, hello. What's going on here? Can we get in here? Can we have a look about? Northrend was a pain on foot. Yeah, see, Northrend was a zone that was really well designed for flying in mind. I mean, Storm Peaks is a great example, right? You literally can't get around Storm Peaks without being able to fly. But they kind of built that into the story with Northrend, that Storm Peaks was deliberately... Was it Storm Peaks? The one in the top right-hand corner. Was designed so that it would not be accessible without flying. That was their first sort of foray into fixing the problem that they made by giving everybody flying. They wanted to make a zone that was purely... what in the world is this? Some big world boss, do we think? Do we think this could be like some big world boss dragon port? This feels like back the world dragons back in the day. This feels a lot like the world dragons back in the day. There'll be a big dude standing here that's got loads of loot on him. Big chunky fella, loads of health points. Although we're not really meant to be slaying the dragons so much as helping them, but you know. New druid portal, maybe. Banish all of the druids. Any naughty moonkins that get caught for botting get put on this island. And they're banished here for eternity. The entire thing is encased in some big green ball, though. So they could, in theory, make it into a druid prison. Looks cool, though, doesn't it? That big portal in the middle. Little fountain on the outside. Big portal. Nice looking zone. Sorry, I'll try and keep the UI off. Vietnam flashes questing there. 35 hours without sleep. Seeking realm first. Wow, that's your own silly fault. Not to mention countless hours farming for the time lost proto drake, right? Ow, my UI comes back every time I look at the map, that's why. What's going on down here? Hey up, that's a big ass summoning stone if ever I've seen one. That's the daddy of all summoning stones. The Proto Drake was up and I didn't bother because it would be wasting time. I didn't know about the drop though. Yeah, back in the days you probably wouldn't have done. Nobody quite realised that that thing was on a bajillion hour cooldown. And at the time it dropped a really cool mount. I mean, the time lost Proto Drake is still a cool mount today, but it's cool because of its, you know, annoyance to get. But let's not forget, everything we've flown around right now is all one zone. This is all one zone, and there's 4 of these. The size of the new expansion, the Dragon Isles, definitely feels wham. I mean, I think they claimed it, like, it's only 4 zones, but I think they claimed it's actually bigger than all of Northrend. And it's just 4 zones. Which you would kind of hope, right, really, at this point. Is this still the same? This is still the same zone. So we got what's probably going to be some sort of village. Windswept Saxifrage. This is the herb. I'm telling you now, boys and girls. This is the herb right here. This one. This is your money maker. This is cash monies, this one. This is cash monies. Scribes need this by the boatload. And I have no idea what this windswept thing means either yet. But I've seen some herbs, regular herbs, some windswept herbs. I'm sure we'll find out once they give us herbalism and mining. But this is money. This is money. This prospect mills into the red inks, which are needed for absolutely flipping everything. Or at least the way that it's balanced right now, at least, anyway. I should have the... yeah, I should have the noted emote, shouldn't I? Some corpse. Some fellas didn't get very far. Some fellas missed the trick. They didn't get the memo. They didn't get the memo. You can fly on dead dragons, it's fine. Some treasure or something around here. Oh, hello, what are you? Some big birdie fella. You, sir, I'm a big eagle. Overlooking this area. The eagle's eye view. Sorry, UI off. Yeah, Zone's a monster. Zone's an absolute monster. Oh, what's that little hut? That looks like a cool little observatory hut. But when they bang in a bunch of world quests and you have to travel from A to B to C to D every day, you're going to really start to notice A, the scale of this expansion, or B, just how goddamn useful being an engineer with a wormhole is going to be. Or you better learn how to do some seriously speedy dragon riding. Nice little hut overlooking. This was the druid prison, wasn't it? I don't know how long we've been doing this guided tour, but it feels like about 20 minutes at this point, and we're still only like 2/3 of the way. We've gone from here down to here and across to here. Goddamn Tweety birds. Okay, I take some of it back. This area does feel a little empty. A little barren. But we'll allow it. You've got the river running through the middle. Some fake Stonehenge. Little waterfall. Swamp ambient sound is a stock sound from like 95, yeah. Oh, some paladins doing paladin things over here. I wonder what's going on here. I guess we'll never know. Oh! Oh, I know what this is. Yeah, we won't talk about that for now. Empty space is not necessarily bad. No, it has its part. It does well to emphasize the scale, as long as everything else is, you know. As long as empty space is there for a reason, it's fine. What's this tower? Is this part? This isn't part of the same zone, is it? This is going to be part of the Waking Shores. Yeah, I probably can't get to that. If I go past this line, it's going to port me to Stormwind. Generally speaking, pretty cool zone. At least my opinion. Pretty cool zone. All these ruins up to the north as well. Stock sound clips. Tweety birds again. Big lake area. Get your fishing in. Up that fishing skill. Who are you? Are you a bubble poppy? You're a bubble poppy. Maybe bubble poppy's the main herb in this zone then. Another windswept bubble poppy. The Draenei dual crafting bonus does not count towards unlocking specializations. Apparently it doesn't, no. But what it will do is give you plus 10 crafting skill over everybody that's not a Draenei. Which is, at least if you're racing to make quality 5 stuff, you are going to be 10 points ahead of everybody else. Which could be enough to give you 2, maybe even 3 days head start if you happen to be the right. The TLDR to this is that the being the right race for the profession may not make too much of a difference initially, but if you are pushing to be server first at crafting certain things, it might matter a lot. Might Windswept be the same as Lush in Zerith Mortis? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. It might be something similar. We'll find out. Hopefully next week. Hopefully next week we'll find out. When we hope to get Herbalism Mining on the go at some point. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave it there for today. There was a little zone tour for those who are yet to have access to the alpha, to have a little bit of a look about. I'll probably try and do a bit of a review video for engineering, and also those little toys look really fun to highlight. You know, like I said, people have been wanting to change the weather for a long time. So maybe I'll do. I'll see, because you know there's 6-hour cooldown on using them. I might just possibly steal the footage from the stream. We'll see. But yeah, that's me done for the day, boys and girls. I'm gonna go get me some food. I'll make a video that will end up on YouTube later on today, so make sure you stay tuned for that. I should probably do something to promote my Twitter a little bit more. I'm on the daily at the moment in the alpha, just throwing little things up on my Twitter as and when I find cool and interesting things. So if you happen to be a Twitter user, it's worthwhile checking me out. My socials are the same everywhere, @Manthius on Twitter. Follow me if you wish. Don't if you don't. But yeah, have a good day, boys and girls. We'll be back. What day is it today? It's Thursday. Yeah, tomorrow, Friday, we'll be back again. Same time, same place. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Catch you in a bit. Peace.